Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the Voice of the People. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling.
When you in the trenches, you know, it's cool to shoot them bullets. How you gonna defend yourself when them bullets coming back?
Davis thought Santa Cruz was gonna fold from his the popular and acclaimed defending WBA lightweight champion of the world.
If it was the streets, these niggas would have been smoked. Pack the whole group up, pack them up and get them the fuck out of boxing.
Haney, Kambosos, one of those folks, maybe Garcia.
All them guys is easy work. They easy work, man. I'm the top dog.
The hard-hitting young star of boxing, 3-division world champion.
Skill for skill. I'm much more skillful than Canelo. I stand on that. I'm much more skillful.
You and Kambosos, what happens, Hank?
I'm whooping that ass. Tell him come see. Tell him hold the belts. I'll whoop his ass for free.
The defending world champion from Baltimore, Maryland.
We from the city. You know what's happening, what's in the city.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Gervonta Tank Davis.
SDS Promotions.
I remember walking in Mayweather gym, he sitting on the couch. I told him he a bum-ass fighter. He ain't say nothing, not one word. He got a furrow on his 80 degrees.
Because you thought tonight's crowd was pretty crazy, 80,000 in Australia. But the crowd doesn't win fights, I do.
WBC lightweight champion of the world.
You ever been in Australia?
No, I've never been, but I look forward to it. Going to go pick up some belts out there.
Didn't have to sell a chain to make a fight. All we got to do is make that flight. You gonna hide behind them judges, but Lord Devin Haney gonna stand above. I'm serious, George Kambosos. Go!
I'd like to wish you all a very warm welcome to Australia, everyone.
I want to show all my experience, everything that it took to get to this point. I want to show the world.
Who's the best young fighter in the game?
Me, by far.
For the 54th consecutive round, Devin Haney has outlanded his opponent in total connect.
He can hit the mitts, he can hit the bag all he wants, but it's different when you're in there with Devin Haney.
Kambosos, you in trouble.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
You said a lot. You check a lot. Tomorrow, you in trouble.
Pussy! I'd fight you in your backyard if I had to, because I know that I'm gonna beat you. And you'll see June 5th.
Wow.
The universally recognized, undisputed lightweight champion of the world, Devin the Dream Haney.
SDS Promotions.
Yeah!
Good morning, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another edition of the Boxing Voice Radio. Buenos dias, Daniel Alvarez. How are you?
Good morning, Cham. Buenos dias. I am feeling great. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm glad I played that Tank intro first, to remember that, or to be reminded that he said, he'd beat Kambosos without the belts. And that he said he's the top dog, and he has a claim to that, whether you believe he's the top dog in the division due to skill, accolades, or just being the biggest draw in the division, the only one to be doing pay-per-view and selling out in multiple regions. So we're here to discuss Devin Haney versus Gervonta Tank Davis. Is something that we talked to the champ about, something that I feel needs to be spoken about because, he had me thinking yesterday when he said if no Kambosos rematch, he could possibly move up to 40. It's like, will he get the same credit for beating Tank at 40? Devin's already the naturally bigger man. Devin didn't start at featherweight. Devin's always been a 135-pounder. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult, You know, the probability of Devin being one of the guys that can go 12 with Tank is higher than him being one of the guys that'll get knocked out just based off sheer size. Isaac Cruz was a natural 35-pounder, and he made it 12. You know, Gamboa was not, and he made it 12. You know, so I know none of that matters because I sound like a broken record if you just rewind to when we were talking about Rolly, and he did not make it past 6, but Rolly and Devin are two different people, two different skill sets, two different boxing IQs. And yeah, I believe these two have to fight. Like, I think that the reason I'm doing this show is hoping that other content creators and people in the industry understand the seriousness of this fight and the fact that at 40, Tank may be at a disadvantage. If you look at the Barrios fight, it took him a little longer to get to Barrios because he was taller and longer. You know? So I guess the short question just for you is, where would you prefer the fight to take place? 135?
Yeah, lightweight, no question.
Not 140?
No, and I truly don't believe that the fight will happen at 40. I think it'll happen at 35. You know, I think it makes sense at 35. That's where
financial sense. All the belts, which makes Haney more of a commodity, and then Tank's already a draw. I guess it doesn't matter what division. A draw is a draw, right?
A draw is a draw, but I'm saying
it'll mean more to the public because he's fighting for all the belts.
All the belts.
So it'll draw more interest.
More interest, and let's not forget that Gervonta is the WBA regular champ at 135. So we may even see the WBA order that, as they have been consolidating the belts.
Yeah, WBA, what benefits Al? Does it benefit Al to put Tank in there with Haney? Yes and no. Yes and no. Haney can spoil. He can.
It's a high risk, high reward, you know.
It is high risk, high reward.
It's a high risk, high reward fight because at the end of the day, Gervonta would become undisputed, you know, hypothetically. And just like you said, it's for all the belts, so you can sell it, you know. And I don't know. I think having, you know, the East versus the West, the Bay and Baltimore. You get what I'm saying? Like, we've seen them. Their people come out. The people come out for both gentlemen, and it's gonna be a beautiful thing to see. Should that fight ever take place?
And again, the reason I'm doing this is because even he yesterday said that Tank. I don't remember who he said was the other guy. Did he? I don't want to say
what.
Oh, Loma.
Loma.
I'm glad I didn't make a mistake and mention the other person. Because even he said he still wants those fights. So, yes, a lot of people are going to say that it can happen at 40. But I think it's like you and I already made the case that it's probably the best at 35 in terms of marketability.
Yeah, no, and I think it will happen.
Because if not, Devin would have to continue to do the heavy lifting, right? Like, if he doesn't get this done at 35, he's going to then have to, you know, invoke that WBO championship status to get the next champ, which is Josh, which we don't know will happen. We know that Devin has a good relationship with Ben Davison, who trains Josh. So will that fight happen? I don't know. But being the WBC champ at 135 and the WBO champ at 135, he can use their rules to challenge the champion above, which in both sanctionings are Josh Taylor. So he could send a petition to either WBO or WBC or both and see who gives him the okay to move up as undisputed champion to face former undisputed and current WBO, IBF, WBC, and ring champion Josh Taylor. I don't even like that fight. It's not big. Like, you never hear me talking about Josh Taylor. As good as he did, like, The only thing I was excited for was Crawford. You know what I'm saying? And I wasn't excited because I felt like you're too small to come up for Crawford. Like, yeah, he looks big. Yeah, he did good. And he did it in a short amount of fights, right? He got like 19, 20 himself.
Yeah.
You know, but Crawford's another level. And that's all they had for him. So then his, you know, that fire he had burned, that shit just died out. Like, he undisputed, then what? Then all of a sudden, he had a tight fight with Jack Catterall. Then what? Oh, he's missing a belt. It's like, it's not been any good news, any positive news about Josh Taylor. Like, you tell me Haney Taylor, I'm not excited. It doesn't help the sport. I'm sorry. In my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Devin fights Josh, grabs his suitcase again, goes to Scotland now. And it continues to build his international stardom, but I'm just not like immediately excited. I ain't doing no fight party. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just not. Josh hasn't entertained me enough. The only thing I can remember about Josh is like him going at Jose Ramirez and Jose Ramirez's manager. That's it. Like, I don't remember nothing else. You know, obviously I remember him beating, the people that he beat, like Regis and stuff like that. But it's like he didn't leave anything memorable out there. I feel like Tank has dozens of one-liners. Again, Tank obviously is a draw. It's a different I go to his events and I feel like good. I feel good. People look good. I want to be there. Like, I don't know what a Josh Taylor fight is because they ain't giving me nothing. All they gave me is whatever he did in fucking Vegas during the pandemic.
Yeah, which you can't even take that because people couldn't even come over. I don't know. I think I actually disagree with you a bit. I think that's a really big fight in the
fight.
A big fight in the UK. Josh Taylor is probably the second biggest, if not already the biggest fighter ever in the country of Scotland, and just a big fight in the UK right now.
But if I'm Devin, I'm already making more than you. That's public knowledge. Now I'm undisputed. I'm going to definitely make more than you, so I'm going to fly to your country.
Yeah, the UK fans are big fans, and I think...
I don't know. He's from Scotland.
Yeah, but, Scotland is still part of the UK.
But wouldn't it be like where... He had a fight out there before.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it doesn't have to be in Scotland. It could be in... it could be like, say, London or Manchester,
really,
for example, and it's still like an hour flight for them. Like from Glasgow to London, I'm sure it's not more than an hour flight.
Looks like we have Maxi Hughes on the. No, he dropped. All right, his signal is not that great, but we're trying to get the IBO champion Maxi Hughes, as we did interview Devin Haney yesterday. And obviously, Haney had some things to say about Maxi.
He just messaged us, said he's joining now, so we should have him on just in a few moments. And for those of you who, once again, missed the interview, Devin Haney mentioned Maxi Hughes as a possible opponent, as he says, I want all the belts. I don't want to hear anything. Give me the IBO as well. Maxi, it's afternoon out there, morning here. How are you? You got to unmute, brother.
There we go. We're in. All good, thank you.
You're in. Thank you for joining us, Maxi. How are you?
All very well, thank you. Yourself?
We're good, and excited to have you on. Tell me that you heard the interview that we did yesterday with Devin Haney here in studio.
Absolutely, yeah. It wasn't about an hour ago. I had it. My manager sent me the video and the clip of it. And it's exciting. It's great that Devin, the undisputed champion, has put some value on the IBO, and he's recognizing it and he's saying he wants to fight for it. So that's great news for me. Absolutely buzzing with that.
So when we were talking to Devin, he didn't know that you had been in negotiations with Ryan Garcia and that there was an offer that you and your team decided not to take stating that it was it was too low, right? It was just too low.
Yeah, well, the offer from Golden Boy went straight to Eddie Earn, who was my promoter. And Eddie knows the market. Eddie knows the value of the fight. So my full trust was in Eddie in negotiating and dealing with that. So all that I got told from my manager, the message got passed down to me was Golden Boy have sent their first offer. Eddie's turned it down because he knows the fight's worth more. Eddie had heard that DAZN was pressuring Golden Boy to make the fight with myself because I've boxed on DAZN a couple of times and done well. So he thought that they would come back with a second offer, and it turns out that I think they'd sent the same offer to Fortuna, and obviously Fortuna's in a different position in his career to myself, so he's accepted, and that pushed us out. So it was a bit of a kick in teeth for me. I was good because I wanted the opportunity, but Eddie and my team felt that the offer wasn't worth it for the magnitude of the fight. So my full trust was in them, and Eddie's delivering and providing the best opportunities for me, and he didn't think that was worth it. So, I take his word for it.
I have to follow up because, cool, Eddie didn't think it's worth it, but sometimes, you got to take short money, right? Like beating Ryan Garcia puts you in an amazing position, right? Like Ryan, you can't talk about Ryan without talking about Tank or Devin, and that can become you if you take him out. I mean, obviously, it's old news, and that offer is no longer on the table. But is Devin now calling for a fight for a possible fight with you? Sort of a caveat for you to not getting the Ryan fight.
Yeah, going back to what you first said about the opportunity to fight Ryan. I understand that, and me and myself, it was more money than I'd ever had. So I would have probably, I'd have snapped that opportunity straight up.
Shit, no, Maxi, why you tell me that? So you had to tell Eddie, no, give me that fight. I could beat this guy, and it's your highest payday. Oh.
Well, that it is what it is now. That's gone. But
oh wow!
See this recent clip with Devin saying that he wants, he'd like to add the IBO. That's great news for me, but I don't know the situation regarding the rematch clause that he's got with Kambosos. I don't know how, I don't know the politics in and around that rematch clause, whether he's able to take a fight before that rematch or not. I don't know how that works, or whether Devin meant he's going to beat Kambosos in the rematch, then he wants to fight me for the IBO.
My understanding is he's talking in a perfect world scenario where Kambosos does not want the rematch. Then he wants to go and collect that last belt. He said, he would go to you, but if he could get that hometown fight.
Actually, he said the opposite. He said, I don't care about a hometown fight. He said,
but he also said he didn't mind. Remember, because you said, what about across the tracks or something like that?
Yeah, no, I said going out there, and he's like, yeah, I have no problem going out there. He just said wherever the fight makes the most sense, that's where he wants it. So he said that he would have no issue coming out there.
So for you, it's just a matter of whether Kambosos actually activates the rematch, and ESPN wants that shit because he's got to convince ESPN that he can sell it again, plus the Victorian government. So I don't know. We'll see about that. That's why that's not going to be talked about till November.
Yeah, that situation will unravel, and we'll see where that goes. But in terms of me and the Devin fight, I'm chomping at bit for the opportunities and these big fights. Eddie said he wants to get me them fights, and I understand that Eddie and Devin and his dad have a good relationship. So if something can be done there, I would love that. But for the meantime, I don't want to get too excited because I know what it feels like when you think you've got a fight in the bag and it didn't happen. So I don't want to put all my eggs in the basket with that. So in the meantime, I'll just be training, keep working hard, improving, and ready for what opportunity presents itself. I would love that Devin fight. Respect to Devin for going like Kambosos did to the champions' back garden and claiming the belts. And as for where the fight, I'd love the fight at home in UK, or just as happy to fight in the USA. It's always been a goal and a dream of mine to fight in the US. So yeah, we'll see. I'll see how that situation unfolds.
So obviously you don't want to sit around and wait for Devin. Everyone else in this division is moving and had a fight. Like Tank just came off a fight. Devin just came off a fight. Ryan's going into a fight. So how long before you actually tell your team you need to get back in the ring?
Well, my manager has been, I've been on it, my manager, pretty much every day saying, I need to fight in summer, July, I want to fight. Obviously, July is getting ever so close now, and I've still not heard nothing. So hopefully August. I'm jumping at a bit. I'm training, and I'm ready to fight. I want to keep my momentum going. This is now my full-time job, so I've got to earn. I've got a wife who's still on maternity leave with our youngest daughter, who's 8 months old, and I've also got a 3-year-old. I've got to provide. I've got to earn. So I need the fights to earn and work. But not only that, I want to progress my career. So I'm chomping at a bit to be ready. And we had some interesting conversations with the fighter Billy Dibb. He's gone in at number 5 with the IBF, and I'm number 10 with the IBF. So he's expressed his interest in fighting me. And with him being number 5 with the IBF, my manager says, well, let's take this fight to Eddie and see if we can get it for an IBF eliminator, so that if I can't get the opportunities, I'll make myself get the opportunities by, having an eliminator to hopefully become a mandatory. You know what I mean? So that's the fight that I would take in the prelim.
Mm. And so you're saying you would want that by July?
Hopefully, yeah, or August latest, so that there's enough time for me to get a fight the back end of the year, November, December.
All right. Well, Maxi, I got a few questions from the people. We let them know you'd be coming on. New York Bullet in New York City here in the States says, what's up, champ? Who were some of the legends who inspired you to box? Blessings and good luck on your career.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, since an early age, the biggest name out there was Mike Tyson. I was born in the 90s, so Mike Tyson, the baddest man on the planet. He was somebody who I watched and understood to be the biggest name in boxing, but not so much my inspiration, I would have thought. But since I really started getting into boxing, I can't choose one favorite fighter. I have 5. I have Roberto Duran, Mayweather, Pacquiao, Arturo Gatti, and Juan Manuel Marquez. When I have a go-to, when I've got 10, 15 minutes to chill and to kill, I'll go on YouTube, and usually I will type one of their names in and I will watch the highlights of a certain fight. Or I would say they're probably, the most inspirational fighters that I gain a lot from, and, like to get the running trainers out as soon as I watch them, and, that's what they give me.
All right. I got Mr. Adore that says you're 32 with the IBO title and no other world title shot in sight. What kind of conversations have you had with your management and promotional team so you can secure a world title opportunity? I respect the IBO, but we know it's more of a stepping stone title at the moment.
Yeah, I can respect what he's saying there. Again, like I just said earlier, it were yesterday. I was sparring in my manager's gym with another lad who he manages, and the conversation was with something along the lines of a Billy Dibb, who's number 5 with the IBF and wants to fight me as number 10 with the IBF. So to guarantee a shot at one of the other belts, it's making them kind of fights, and having somebody like Eddie Earn as my promoter to push that with the IBF to get it for final eliminator to become mandatory. That's a route I want to go down, because I understand that the IBO isn't one of the 4 main respected belts, so that is a goal of mine to go and fight and win one of the other world titles. So I think that's the road I may need to go down, unless a fight like Devin happens where I get my shot at all the marbles. But if that doesn't happen, I'll be working hard to find out if I can get into these eliminators to guarantee myself a shot. But I don't take too much from my age. Yes, I'm 32, but I feel I'm in the prime of my life. No injuries, no niggles. I'm now a full-time fighter, and I feel I'm forever improving. So while I'm like this, age is just a number, and records are for DJs. So let the big fights come. Hopefully now, and with Matchroom, these fights are going to happen.
Speaking of full-time fighter, Maxi, I know that you made it very public not too long ago that you became a full-time fighter and that you left your job. Now today we're hearing you, emphasize the importance on, providing for your family. Is there any worry that fight doesn't happen in July or August, again, giving you the check that you need to provide for your family?
There's no immediate worries. I've still got my fight purse from my last fight, which was pretty healthy, and I'm under contract that my next fight should be happening over these summer months. So I'm not too worried. And if worst case scenario, if times got hard, I would go back to work and earn and work and box at the same time. It's not the end of the world. I'm not shy of hard work, and I'll do what's necessary to provide for my family. And not only that, my wife has got a really good job. She's currently on maternity, so there's options there for my wife to go back to work early. But we're good for now. And my immediate job is to be a full-time fighter, improve, and get myself to be fighting these big fights.
All right. I have Brandon in Houston that says, if somehow a fight between you and Devin Haney is able to be made, what advantages would confidently feel you have over him? What advantages do you confidently feel you have over him?
I'm a southpaw, and I don't get the credit for being an awkward southpaw, because it's not until my last couple of opponents I've spoke to them after, and they says, we can't believe how awkward you are, and your little feet increments, your little bits of timing. What my advantage is, nobody gives me any credit. They think I've overachieved. I would be massively underestimated. So I feel that would be an advantage, and I love being the underdog. Most of my fights have been the underdog, and that's where I thrive, and that's what I love. That's what gives me that edge and that fire in my belly.
Do you think Devin Haney is the best 135-pounder because he is undisputed?
There's the until we've seen everybody fight each other. For instance, like, you remember the Super 6 tournaments, which the Sauerland brothers put on, unless, I think if there was something like that, you could then say you are the ultimate, you are the best at 135. But you have to, like I said it before Devin fought George, that George was top of the pile because he had most of the marbles. now that Devin has all of the marbles, he has to be put on the top. So that's how I see it in my mind. That's how I would judge that list.
So, do you think or feel there are certain fights he must have before he leaves 135? Would you be disappointed? Let me rephrase that. Would you be disappointed if tomorrow he said, I'm not going to rematch? Or rather, since there's no rematch, I'm moving, because that's what he told us. He says, if there's no rematch with Kambosos, I may move up. So would you be disappointed that he didn't fight Ryan, Tank, yourself?
I won't be disappointed because I'm a fighter myself and I understand them kind of decisions and them kind of thoughts. But I suppose as a boxing fan, which I am, I would like to see Devin and Lomachenko. We know Lomachenko is out of action. You know, he's involved in the Ukraine-Russia war. Respect for him for doing that. But as a fan, that's what I would like to see. As well as myself.
I don't know. A lot of talk of Lomachenko. I feel like after I go to war for my country, I probably want to spend some time with my family because they probably thought they were going to lose me. Like, I'm not coming back from war to go right into camp for 2 months.
For another war.
So I don't know. I don't know. People keep mentioning Lomachenko. I just don't know that can even happen this year until we hear something. But, Maxie, I got one more from Baltimore, Maryland. The best dad ever says, with you debunking that the fighter has the last say in Eddie Hearn saying that Ryan offer wasn't worth it. If Gervonta Tank Davis' team offered you a fight to come to Baltimore, would you take it or would you let Eddie handle it again and make that decision?
I would like to be more involved in the negotiations, I think. Going forward, yeah.
All right, good man. Yeah, because damn, if you're saying it was the highest payday and it was a Ryan fight, plus you had your belt to defend, that sounds pretty good to me. But I'm not Eddie. I'm no promoter. Those are our questions, Maxie. Thank you for coming on the show. Please give out your social media for anyone who isn't following you can do so. We wish you the best. And in a perfect scenario, like Haney said, no George Kambosos fight, and he gets the IBO from you so that there is no doubt about any belts out there.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the dream scenario. And thanks for having me on your podcast. Appreciate it. And if anybody wants to follow my journey, the main social media outlet that I use is Instagram, which is, I believe, it's on the screen, at Maxi Hughes. That's me, and that's the one that I use, and appreciate the love. I have a couple of followers from the US, so I appreciate that from them. And let's hope we can make them big fights, and you hopefully see me fighting on them shows soon.
All right. Well, take it easy, and look forward to the announcement with you and Billy Dib. If not, something even bigger. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Maxie.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All right. So I just got a last-minute text of the possible offer.
Wow.
Right? And now I get the text like as he's gone. You know what I mean? Because I would have threw that out there. But it don't matter because he said it's the highest he's ever gotten. He said he liked the offer. It's just that his peoples told him we could get more. They thought they could squeeze. Bruh, these are those times where, I recommend a guy like him in his situation, you just stay true to Eddie. Fuck it. He dropped the ball on that one. We could all admit he dropped the ball. They were expecting a counter, and they got none.
And sometimes, but
you got to stay true to Eddie.
Yeah, but
he can get you something.
I was gonna say in the immediate, perhaps, right? Like, oh damn, like in the immediate, like it's kind of fucked. But long term, look at now. Had he took the fight, Maxie wouldn't have been available. Devin wouldn't even, have possibly brought him up. So it's a good thing.
CYP, that was Haney. Haney said something like that yesterday, right? What'd he say about specifically collecting the IBO? He kind of said like, so there's no doubt, or
It was just a option out there. He's like, I've even considered, getting an IBO.
But why? He said for a reason, like about leaving belts out there. And we would have to go back and listen, but I'm paraphrasing. So he made it seem like I'm getting that belt so there's no doubt.
Yeah.
And he's laughing at me like, oh, you're saying no doubt. But I'm serious. That's what he said. We're just, listen, Maxi's name got brought up by Devin. By Devin, and by Ryan. But remember who started it first? Devin, and y'all laughed at him. Before he was undisputed, Bill sat right here, talked about Maxi. People, they went crazy. Before he was undisputed, Bill was on a Zoom, talked about Emmanuel to go. People went crazy. But Ryan got to do all that. And it's all good. We got PC Jacob. Damn, PC. Smoking at Bozo Pack, Art of War Deception. What? Yo, Bozo, I guess that's a play on words for Kambosos.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I think, what's that? Does it sound like we got our first guest? Whoa, that says military time and shit.
Nah, but yeah, I don't know what that is because that's not even close.
I know. Oh, is that A Crown with the good morning super chat?
Buenos dias.
He says, good morning, TBV, Ness, and Ringwalk Danny, fire, 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 glove emoji. Shout out to A Crown. If you haven't already caught yesterday's episode where we had the exclusive interview with the undisputed champion, go ahead and check it out. Do us a favor, share that episode, future, present, past, it doesn't matter. It's going to help. It's going to put that episode in the eyes of other boxing fans, letting them know we are trying our best to get the biggest and greatest names just for you. Izzy in Oklahoma with the $2 super chat says, been out of pocket. Did Danny make it to OZ? No, he did not. But Devin Haney made it in studio yesterday, which is just as good as Danny being over there with Devin winning those belts. So who's next on the list? 7 a.m. Oh. No, I know exactly who it is. I know exactly who it is.
No, I know exactly who it is, but I don't know about what you're saying, Champ, because I was...
you would rather be there?
Nah, I mean, it was beautiful to have a champ in studio,
but you would rather be there. I get it. It's no big deal.
Separate things,
Yeah, it's no big
separate
deal.
thing. Honestly, I also would have... This weekend would have been beautiful to have been in New York.
I got a super duper cash app from Trenton. This said $20. He says, Nesta, appreciate you and Danny's grind. The Lord Devin Haney interview. Okay.
Appreciate the love.
Because he put INT, so I had to be like, damn, is it INC for incorporate or was he doing INT for interview?
We'll roll with interview.
We'll roll with the interview. All right. So who we're having is Fredris, right? That's the first name. Let me double check it. No, don't worry about it. Do you? Yes, it is.
Fredris Rojas.
Fredris Rojas. You guys, I put y'all on, all right? Just remember, I put y'all on with this kid. He's the goods. We hope he pans out because obviously, that ladder to success isn't easy. It is a long road on this journey to be a world champion. And, we hope he doesn't have any bumps or bruises along the way. But the kid shows some tremendous talent for real. Definitely excited to bring him on the show and introduce him to you guys and, have you start to put your eyes on him now. It may take you a little longer than me and Danny because you're not in the gym with us and you don't get to see the sparring. But this dude's handling his own with some
with world class.
Yep. With world class fighters, bro. Making it look crazy easy too. I ain't even gonna front. He ain't just looking good. He making it look fucking easy. So I'm like, wow. I mean, wow. He's good. He's good. I want to say like he has this amateur style because he moves so much, but it's not even true. Dude sits on them punches and will let you feel something real quick. And it's funny because he's huge, but he's a welterweight. 8-0, 8 KOs, managed by none other than James Prince. Not signed a top rank just yet.
Just yet.
But I'm sure that's going to be happening here soon enough. Probably when you guys get your first opportunity to see him will be when he gets his contract. I feel like once they give him that ESPN televised fight or ESPN Plus fight, you guys will see what he can do. The matchmakers will see what he can do. And, it'd be a matter of putting paper or pen to paper. But pen to paper. But, what's funny is he's local to Vegas, but moved away. Obviously, signing to James Prince, moved out to Houston, has a brother, and now comes back to Vegas to train.
Yeah.
So that's pretty funny. But we'll get more details as he comes in. He just got in the building, so he's got to get himself situated. Right now, we're talking Devin Haney versus Gervonta Tank Davis. Being the biggest fight in boxing, I think, outside of Bud and Earl, that seems to be all but done for October, Danny.
October 29th?
Yeah, someone sent me screenshots of FanDuel having a line for an actual October date now. So, you can look it up yourself. So, yeah, it's becoming more and more real. Persistence. And if you really love this show, you say you do, now is the time to talk and send messages to Bud. Persistence. We're breaking away at that, what is it? Like a force field? We're going to call it a force field he put up around us and him. So we're chipping away. There was dialogue yesterday, a lot of it between me and him. So, I need your help. Not to just ask for the interview, but you need to just understand it. You need to try to help him understand it. Like, time is growth, and healing is also with time, and everyone makes mistakes, and nothing should be forever. That's all.
Just really quick to touch on the FanDuel, I did actually already see that. However, a lot of times with sports books, they'll do future bets. This fight,
but that has a date.
Yes, for a Sunday though. Sunday, October 30th. But
that's Halloween.
The day after.
God, wait.
The day after is Halloween.
But forget that. I know the day after, but we never thought it would be that close. Wasn't that Fred's idea? Didn't we have Fred on and he was the one that was like, they should do it on Halloween?
I remember
it
Halloween.
Was a guess.
I remember somebody bringing up Halloween.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
They stole the man's idea.
But I don't know that that's a good idea.
Why?
I think, so let me.
Two boogeymen?
Hold on. First of all.
Maybe one fucking wears the Freddy claws, the other one wears the Michael Myers mask in the face off.
All right. First of all, the date I was told, which is totally far from official because the fight's not even been announced. The date I was told was October 29th, which is a Saturday, which is typically when we see fights, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, you don't want to go up against football on a Sunday?
Hey, man, listen,
Bro.
That is the betting bookies. They probably got it wrong on the date. They never get it wrong on the line. I know I have gotten it wrong throughout the years. I've told my audience about guys.
What do you mean they never get it wrong on the line?
They usually don't get it wrong on the line.
No, usually, yeah. But I'm saying, fucking Andy Ruiz, like, they get it wrong.
Those are upsets, though.
Yeah, no, for sure. When Holly Holm beat Ronda Rousey, I know you don't watch UFC really quick. When Holly Holm beat Ronda Rousey, Caesars had to close the casino down for an hour because they didn't have enough money on the floor to pay out how much money they lost.
All right, well, he killed my intro because I was trying to say I've introduced you guys to plenty of people, and sometimes I get it right, sometimes I get it wrong. I want to hope I get it right more than often, and I feel that I've gotten it right with you. I'm going to call you Freddie. Because it's Fredris, right? But it is Fredris.
Freldis, but
Freldis.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hey,
I'm Spanish.
right.
I'm Spanish, so
Yeah,
that's nothing. That's nothing.
I mean, usually Spanish people can't even say roll the R, so that was really
Oh,
impressive.
really?
Yeah. So, but no,
Freldis. It sounds, but you already told me you're half Mexican and Cuban.
Cuban name.
Yeah,
unique,
Freddy's.
unique.
Rojas.
Yeah, Freddie. Whole life, I always tell people to call me Freddie because it makes it easier for them. And as a kid, everybody called my dad Freddie. So I said, you know what? Let me adopt that name too. So Freddie's been since amateurs till now.
So, I was saying that, I think you're very good.
Thank you, man.
Like, I think that,
Thank you.
in a few years, they'll see how good I think you are.
Thank you.
We talked about, we don't say any names and we try not to say too much, but we've seen you work.
Thank you.
With great names. Yeah. And I'm super impressed, So I am excited to introduce you to our audience. And I'm just like waiting for Top Rank to give you some sort of television date so that the world can see what it is you can do. At first, I thought you had this amateur style because you move, but bro, you sit down.
Yeah.
And these guys respect you. Yeah. How long have you been fighting?
Fighting? I've been fighting since I was 10. 10. Well, no. 10,
but you're only 18, right?
Not 18.
How old?
I was 23.
Oh.
I got a baby face, but I've been doing the sport for a while. If I liked it in the beginning, no, I did not. But when I was 14, that's when I really started having a passion for boxing. But I've been doing it for a long time. My dad was a pro boxer, and he fought back in Cuba in the amateurs.
Okay.
And he was on the youth team and stuff, and elite team back in the day. So, and then my cousin Gamboa, and then Joel Casamayor.
Wait.
Yeah.
No, you didn't tell me that. Yurokis Gamboa's your cousin?
Yeah, he's my primo, and then Joel Casamayor is my primo too. So
get the hell out of here.
Boxing runs in our family.
Oh my gosh, so you have pedigree. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
that makes it makes sense now to see you move the way you move. Like, it makes sense. It's in your blood. That's crazy to have.
That Cuban style's been installed.
But no. You don't have a Cuban style.
Yeah, we try to.
You don't have you can box like a Cuban, but you don't have the typical Cuban style.
Yeah, so we'll try to say we grew up around that Cuban style.
Yes.
And the thing about boxing is hit and don't hit. Of course, people would like to see knockouts and stuff like that, but I ain't gonna risk my life in there,
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get someone and get knocked out in the beginning, but typically that's what boxing is, hit and don't get hit.
So, wow, being related to Yurokis Gamboa and
Joel Casamayor.
How'd you end up being trained by Kay?
I met Kay.
And I always ruin his last name.
Karoma. I met Kay when I was 15, when I first made the team. I was a little kid, and from there, him and my dad met when they were in Spokane, getting for the coaching for amateurs. That's how they met. Because my dad's my first coach, and then Kay, he's there. But I met Kay and the team, and then from there, real good tight relationship. Kay's he's like my other father. He taking care of me. So
wow, other father. Whoa. Since 15, well, that is a lot of years, man. So you guys have gone through some things. So those are huge words for him to be your other father.
For Kay, he knows exactly how I fight style, just like how my dad does. You know what I mean? And my dad trusts him, and I trust Kay.
Don't worry, Bo. Just go ahead in. We got to do some tightening here because I hate that you're bent over. It's the back one. Tighten that back arm for him. That nut right there. No, this one. Yeah. You got to lift it and then tighten it. Go up higher, please, and then it'll come down slightly.
It's tight.
All right. There you go. And turn this up so you don't have to keep bending over. There you go.
All right. Perfect. But Kay's known me for a while now. Since all the tournaments, international, at the World Championships in 2017 with Duke and Troy and all them, he's known me for a while, so he knows my style. So my dad trusts him, and I trust him.
So does he just tell you to remain patient because it's inevitable that you'll get a contract and you'll be who you probably have dreamed about being?
No.
Or, are you feeling some sort of urgency? I didn't know you were 23. You got that. You definitely got a baby face.
Yeah.
And I swore you told me you were 18, but I guess not.
No. Hey, what if I was somebody else?
No. I ain't going to confuse you. Believe me. You nice.
The opportunities are there to get with Top Rank or with Matchroom and stuff. I'm just on a different route. Sometimes
I mean, I won't say I don't want to. I want to.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like I need a little bit more pro style, more sitting down, more relaxed, practice more things, and that's what we practice with my father. Talk with my father and Kay. There's still stuff. I thought it was going to be an easy transition from the amateurs to the pros, but it's crazy how much you got to settle down. Because imagine all these years on the amateurs, fast pace, and just to slow your feet down. That's a big transition. So
I like your feet though. That's what's being like. That's why they can't touch you. I feel you move. They can't keep up with your movement. Yeah. You got an insane stamina. What do you attribute that to? Is it like, do you put in a lot of miles, or is it just the fact that you spar so much, you're comfortable? Like, why do you think you're not tired in there?
Foot drills, I'll say. Since a kid, my dad's always installed foot drills. Well, that's a big major thing for Cubans.
The agility ladder?
No, not really ladder. Cubans typically is just boxing position, move in, and then just turn in positions and stuff like that to get that right feet placement and the things that, for example, my father be teaching you how Cubans they install fighting you in both hands, so balance could be in both sides. So my father, like if I step on one side, I'll be in balance. So like if I'm throwing a jab, and I throw like a hook coming to the left, I'm in position. I'm already in position. Turn and I'll be here. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's everything about feet placement, really. So I mean,
being local to Vegas, did you ever train with Ishmael Salas?
I did. My brother did more training with Ismael. I was always gone on the team with traveling and competing. So I only worked with Salas probably a good 2 months, but that was great work. I still go to his gym down there to go spar with all his guys. Remember that? The Dominican guy, remember you said you want to see? Yeah, you wanted to see me and him spar, and we sparred. Real great sparring when we went down to like fireworks. And you know how Cubans are, sometimes there'd be a lot of talking. Hey, man, and I don't know if you ever been to Salas gym.
You talking about Arthur?
The Dominican, the one that 54, 47?
Oh, yeah, Carlos.
Yeah, so over there, you know how sometimes gyms get all rowdy and stuff. So, no, it was fun. It was really great sparring. I like getting sparring with the best, and I want to fight the best, I'm just coming up, and I'm hungry, so, I'm just ready. You be seeing something. They be throwing me in with the big boys. I mean, I got the height, be throwing with the big boys, but then that's how you learn also. So, learn how for me to sit down on the punch.
That Ukrainian dude, isn't he like 68?
Yeah.
Bro, you're 47.
Yeah, man.
So what are you right now? Because 47 is only on fight day.
Yeah, 47 is only on fight day.
Waiting.
When I walk around like 160, 158.
Okay, so it's not that much.
Not that bad. Probably 11, 12 pounds overweight usually. But, I mean, at the amateurs, I fight at 152. That's what I was an Olympic alternate, What's the point of me fighting 54 if I can go down to 47 and just get these smaller guys and,
Absolutely.
handle some work?
Because when I first met you, I thought you were a 54-pounder.
Yeah, because you saw me sparring with one dude over there, 54.
With a few 54-pounders. I mean, what is the Jorge Capotillo's fighter, the Mexican one?
Which one? You got a lot.
Diamante?
He just started coming around on sparring days. He's like really white.
Looks like Canelo.
I don't think so.
Like Canelo?
No, I don't think so.
He's got the
ginger hair.
He's got the blonde hair, and then he's got fucking blue eyes.
He has light brown hair.
Okay, look, my man hating because Canelo's his favorite fighter.
No, I'm just saying, like, because he's probably gonna be expecting freckles and red hair, and
you're right, I guess.
But
you haven't seen him?
No.
Get out of here.
He's been going over there to top rank.
Yeah, but he's only gone like maybe 3 times.
I feel like 3 times in a row, at least.
I don't know. I probably have.
I didn't see him yesterday though, but I left early yesterday. Yeah. Freaking guy couldn't take the heat. You don't have to buy a fan, man. That ain't gonna help. He said Jose. You know how many Latinos named Jose? Nah, it can't be Rocha. I don't remember Rocha. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I didn't know I said Adames. I don't think it was Adames. I said I want to see you with Puello. Arthur Puello, the 140-pounder that he was sparring Yeltsinov. He only went there once so far.
That's the one he did. He did like 4 rounds with him, right, or 6? No, yeah, that's who I sparred in Salas gym.
At Salas,
yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
You wanted to see it? No, yeah, that was if you were there at Salas, and you can even ask Kay. That was some really, really great work, man. You know, there was a lot of
Bro, you know he's number 1 in the WBA.
Yeah, he's really good, man.
Yeah.
I thought it was
WBA.
Oh yeah, the BA.
And the thing about top level sparring, it makes you think. So you always got to be, you know, alerted and stuff. So to me, well, in my experience, it brings out the better of you. You know what I mean? So
being with Kay, and obviously I'm sure you've gone to Colorado. Have you ever got the chance to cross with Bud and spar with Bud?
No, I did go to Bud's gym. I was helping Robert Brandt for that one last fight that he had. I was his sparring partner for that fight.
All right.
So big, Bo, Mac, Red, and all them. I love all them. I mean, I've been around them since 18, since I first made the team over there as elite. So I've been around them all the time. Real great work. Seeing Bud in the ring, man, it's really good, man. He's smart as the rounds go by. You know what I mean? Really smart guy.
Julio Porras.
Oh, you text Jorge?
No, Frank texted me. Shout out to Frank. He's tuned in.
Shout out to Frank.
So,
Hey, Frank.
Shout out to Frank. Yeah. So the guy's name is Julio Porras.
Yeah, he's like 6-0, 6 KOs. All his fights are in Mexico. He still needs some work. He's not you. He don't got that tank. He just learned. Oh shit, I'm in America. These dudes spar different. I was talking to him. He's like, yo, it's different over here.
I'm wondering who you talking about. Like,
he's this tall, good-looking Mexican.
That tall, the one that be sparring with Troy?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, yes, I've never worked with him.
Yeah.
But I think that'd be great sparring if I worked with him.
I don't know. I think you too fast. I think he gotta get the word. He's new. You know what I'm saying? You're used to sparring, like you said, elite and just Americans. It's different, man. I feel like
He's
out there.
he's 5-0 with 4 KOs.
Oh, I was wrong by one.
I
fight.
try to pull up. That's probably he's 20. That's probably who you was thinking of was young. But
he's such a nice guy, but he gotta get that tank right, man, because he got a good jab.
Yeah. He got the height. He
just doesn't keep throwing it. You got to be Devin Haney with that motherfucker.
Hey, Devin.
Like, you be jabbing. You jab. And I think that's what sets everything up for you, man.
Yeah, of course.
Very good. Very good.
A boxer without a jab ain't a boxer, I like to say.
That's right.
That sets up everything.
he loves to say that all phrases in life are true, and they say that a jab takes you around the world,
baby.
And I said it literally.
I'm gonna start stealing that now.
I said it literally took Devin to Australia and back because I mean he won that fight with the jab.
But literally for him around the world, because remember his first stop was Mexico.
Yeah, he started in Mexico.
And who knows the international fights that he had as an amateur, because he was supposed to be in that Olympic class with everyone else, but he was a year younger.
He went, I Devin's gym was the second gym I started when he had Hit Factory over there by the Stratosphere, by Sahara. That I started off as his gym. Technically I started representing his gym when I first started boxing, because me and him and my brother, since we were little, we've been sparring him since kids. So Devin's a real talented fighter.
Oh, you sparred him?
Yeah, well, since kids, man. I mean, now recently, because I moved down to Houston and everything.
So you haven't sparred him since being a teenager?
About young teenager, I haven't sparred Devin since I was a young teenager. But much respect. Me and Devin were on the team together when we were 14 on Team USA. So Devin's a great fighter. I'm real proud of him.
You're southpaw though, right?
Southpaw, yeah.
Yeah.
But always great work. Devin.
Oh yeah, but now you're too tall. Like Tank would be the southpaw that Devin would have to fight, but you would be too tall to help him.
Yeah, I'm 6'2", and how
That's
tall is Devin?
insane, bro. 6'2" at a welterweight. I used to think Mario Barrios was tall when I first met him, and he was at 122. You're so huge. That's why, like, if you can stay at that weight, oh my God.
So
you're bigger than Jamal James. Like, you're bigger than Paul Williams.
Really?
Bro, Williams was 6'1", right?
Look him up, bro. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
6'1",
think
I
there's
thought.
ever been a welterweight 6'2". Like, they got to see the marketing power in that, man. Then you're Cuban.
No,
Mexican.
what about Darrell's nephew? Isn't he a welter? Wasn't?
Ooh, Lawson. No, ain't he 54?
Let me see.
You talking about Leon Lawson the
Yeah,
third?
yeah. Paul Williams was 6'1". Yeah, I was right.
Telling you, bro, 6'2", bro. That's a like top rank. When they finally sign, they're gonna see that's marketing right there. 6'2" welterweight. Like, look what they did with Sebastian Fundora. Oh, he's so tall, so they called him the Burning Inferno, and now
he's 6'5". You right, he's 54, but he's 6'5".
Yeah, but he's 54.
Yeah, he's 54.
No one.
That's still weight, man.
No
for
one
that height and stuff.
at welterweight has been this big. Like, that's crazy. And again, I thought you were a 54 because you don't even. Have you been in? Oh, I guess you've definitely. I've definitely seen you spar Yelena Usanov, the IBO champion from.
He's real great work.
He's
good
pretty
work.
fast. I was asking someone else if they felt like he is more accuracy or activity. I think he's activity, but who were we interviewing? He was like, no, that he's just very accurate and he doesn't waste shots. We just had someone here 2-3 days ago, no later.
I'll kind of agree with that.
Oh yeah,
but I feel like he's more fast paced.
Yeah,
I think that's what. And you know, in the pros, sometimes people are slower paced and stuff like that. So he'd be catching everybody. So the thing with what I learned sparring with him is you always got to be throwing in between, even if you're just flicking the jab. You know what I mean, to keep him guessing. Because if you just stand there in front of him, he can turn, he can turn to because he's real quick. He got that real, I could say, amateur or Kazakhstan style. Always throwing punches and jumping in and out, in and out, in and out. So I do agree with you in that point that he's the activity during the fight or during the rounds. He's real on there.
He's sharp, man. He don't even have a fight too. That dedication. I can't believe Matchroom let him go because he doesn't have a fight. He spars like every day.
Yeah,
he's always
all the
sparring.
time.
I even seen him sparring off days. Like, my man is a machine. I can't believe it.
Oh, I'm about to name you a welterweight champ, 6'2".
Who?
Mark Breland.
Okay.
Mark Breland.
Wow, that's false. Come on, man. You know I know Mark, and I get it. He's older now, so you start to shrink and hover over. But Mark ain't no fucking 6'2". No way. No way. I spent hella camps with Mark and in Gleason's. I don't see 6'2". Again, you old, you start to crouch over. So who fucking knows? But
start shrinking.
For real.
So BoxRec got him listed at 6'2". You Google him, he pop up 6'3".
Wow. So yeah, I guess it's just old age. You start curving over.
And you know what? Let me tell you something.
Bro, because
I got a picture. I'm 5'10". I'm 5'10", right? I got a picture with Wilder, and we're like this. And to this day, I look at that picture and I'm like, what the fuck? And it's like, I've been around Wilder other times and it's not like that, you know, but sometimes people crouch over and, and like you said, especially Mark, who is now 59 years old.
Yeah. Shout out to Mark, man. Always was a true gentleman and amazing person to me. Gave me fantastic interviews out there in Alabama throughout those camps that I was allowed to go to. He's a pretty good guy. He's just such a whisperer, man. Say, no, he's got to shoot the jab, man. Double the jab is coming out with the pipe with the right hand. It's like, Mark, man, speak up. Speak up. But let me see. I know we got some questions. Brandon, can you make sure I have the post, which you've already done? So, Freddie, we got our most loyal listeners that we allowed to ask you questions.
Yes,
First one's coming from New Orleans. Ruin 504 says, what's your plan? What plans does your team have for you to stay busy for the rest of 2022? You have a fight, actually.
Yeah, next week. Back in Costa Rica with Pro Bellum. So.
Oh, wow. I didn't know it was Pro Bellum.
Yeah, so my last 3 fights were with them.
That's so crazy. I remember you telling me Costa Rica, and I just was like, oh, they're keeping them busy. I had no clue it was on a Pro Bellum card.
Yeah. So that's the next fight there on the 17th next week, Friday. So,
It's funny. A lot of people have been having fights in Costa Rica recently.
Good fights. It's a real beautiful city.
What I was just going to ask, what was your experience?
I've never been.
What was your experience
Really beautiful.
like?
The people are amazing. I mean, I've taken them. I think the people love me down there. Always a great crowd. Always welcoming. Great place to lose weight. My gosh, you need to shed some pounds. That's a great place to lose it because the humidity just sheds everything off. That's why I like Houston more than Vegas weather because
you sweat more.
Yeah, I just be drenched. It's like if I just took a shower.
I actually like this more than I lived in Florida for a year. Oh,
you like that dry heat? You like?
I like
dry
this
heat?
because you don't sweat. I
But
hate this.
so as a boxer,
boxer's perspective.
No, I know.
Let me tell you,
I know.
first time I went to Houston was for a Charlo fight. I land at like 6 a.m. So I'm waiting on my airport. It's like 6:30. I got my bag. I'm waiting on the Uber. It's 5 minutes away. Bro, I couldn't wait. I had to go in my bag, get a towel because I was sweating that much.
Yeah.
And it's like 6:30 in the morning. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It gets humid down there for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yep. He's actually right. I forgot I was talking to Yelanusanov about that fight. Ivan Globa, I've watched him fight. I believe he fought on the Boxino tournament, I think. He's a 54-pounder. He might have beat John Thompson.
So he dropped? If he fighting...
He probably went up. Or down. Yeah, you're right. Down.
Okay.
I feel like he beat John Thompson in the Boxino tournament. Just look him up because I already got Freddie's post pulled up. I got James Valdez in San Antonio, Texas that says, if the Conor Ben versus Virgil Ortiz fight happens, who wins and how? And can the winner compete against Boots?
So they're asking who will win between
Who would
Virgil?
win between Virgil and Conor Ben, and does the winner have a chance against Boots?
I feel like Virgil will win that because I fought Virgil in the amateurs, but now Virgil does hit hard. Let's say Virgil fights Boots. I think Boots will take it all the way. Virgil don't do too good with boxers. But my whole respect to Virgil, you're a real great fighter.
So how'd that fight with you and him go? Can't just say you fought him and don't.
No,
tell us what
I
happened.
lost. It was a 3-2. I thought it was like Golden Gloves, semifinals. I thought he didn't touch me at all the whole thing. I thought we won the fight and everything, but usually Golden Gloves look for more brawls than boxing. So he took it. Hey, learning. That was a learning day for me. So
Yeah. So what is your thoughts on Boots, man?
Boots is a great fighter, man.
You've met him?
No, I've never met him. I've never worked with him or anything. But the fights that I've seen, he's a real great top fighter at 147. I want to fight him one day. That'd be a great fight, or even to get some work with him. It'll be a privilege and an honor to work with him, man.
Do you feel that the winner of Crawford and Spence should give Boots or Virgil a shot before moving up or before?
I feel like they should give Boots more the chance. I think Boots is a more skillful fighter than Virgil. And the Crawford with Spence, I had to go with Bud all the way. I don't.
But you never been in the gym with Earl, being in Houston now?
No,
I know
no,
Houston
he's
and
from
Dallas are
Dallas,
completely far,
3 hours, 3
three
hours of difference from each other. But no, I've never been in person with Scene or been in person with
Yo, they
Earl,
got Frank Martin over there. I'm sure they'll open a door.
I fought Frank Martin in 2016. Nationals, the first time I was 18.
You got him?
Yeah, I won. That's when I went to the elites. And that was funny thing because we were at Youth World Championships. Kay was there. Youth World Championships, and we came back home, and there was a week break basically before national started, and I was 17, just turning 18 to go with the big boys, 18 through 40. And I told my dad, I'm like, I ain't gonna go. I need a break from boxing because I didn't have a break for a while. But then somehow, like on a Thursday, like 2 days before they had to leave before the tournament started, I told my dad, you know what? Let's just go. You stay a little active. After this, I'll take a break. And go there, fought 6 days straight. Beat all these grown men, man, and then I fought Frank Martin that day, and I won. So that was a real good day for me. And that was first time fighting without headgear. Me and Frank on the finals.
Oh wow, you had to fight him without headgear.
Yeah, so that tournament.
8 ounces or 10s?
No, it was 10s. It was weird though because the whole tournament from the first
10s because you're 52.
No, amateurs 10s. Amateurs 10s. When you go to when you're in 52, it goes to 12 ounces.
Okay.
But yeah.
You got to. I'm sorry to be the one to tell you this, but you have to use that to your advantage. Frank Martin is hot right now. He's in the Earl Spence gym. He's trained by Derek James. He's getting these PBC fights. People should know. You got to start pushing yourself, man. Because you're. I mean, again, maybe not. Kay is a very quiet person. It's probably, your guys' plan to go under the radar, but I think that, people need to know about you.
yeah.
You're very good.
No, and I'm ready for the step.
Entertaining.
Yeah, I'm ready for the step. If the shot's there and the team thinks I'm ready, I'm ready. I mean, I've been ready since coming out the amateurs.
Mhm.
I've been ready. So now it's just making the move.
Your father is Cuban.
Yeah.
Your mother
That's
is
my
Mexican.
My mother's Mexican. Okay. But I speak more Cuban than anything when I speak in Spanish. So.
It would be the man though, because the Caribbean men, he probably.
I don't know. Oh, I don't know. My mom.
You think it was your mom that hit on your dad?
No, it was definitely my dad that hit on my mom. But my mom acts more Cuban than my dad. It kind of turned the opposite now. My dad's turning more Mexican, and my mom's the more Cuban. More Cuban now.
They're still together?
Yeah, still together.
God
So
bless, man. That's beautiful.
They've been together. Shoot, I think my dad and them, they known each other since they were 16, 17.
That's amazing. That's my mom and my father.
My mom had me when she was 18.
That's beautiful, man. Congrats. That's
Thank you,
good.
man.
Not everybody has the pleasure of being raised by both their parents.
Yeah, so and great support, man. And I know a lot of people in boxing or even sports in general that don't have their family supporting them. And I'm thankful to God that he had my family throughout my whole career has always supported me, and I always seen him in the crowds and everything. So
how long ago did your dad get here? Was he born here?
No, he was born in Cuba. He left Cuba. He swam from Cuba here.
Swam?
Yeah, with him, I think, and five other guys, 6.
Oh my God!
I could be wrong.
Oh my God! Let me find out. He swam over here with Rolly's dad. Rolly's dad was just telling me he swam over here with 5 other guys, but one didn't make it.
Yeah, I think my dad said one didn't make it.
Holy
but I don't. Hey, look, I don't know. I don't know if they're together.
If this guy happened to be Yurokis Gamboa's cousin, related to fucking
Casamayor.
and Rolly's father your father and Rolly's father swam over here together.
Right? That'd be a small world.
It'd be crazy.
A little too many coincidences going on,
bro. We're gonna have to put all our money on you, man. That's too many fucking things lining up. That's crazy.
Yeah. So. No, it was actually a funny story how I started boxing.
How?
Because I was in the living room. I think me and my brother were about 8 or 9. And my dad, he came. We were living in a small apartment by Sahara and Ellis. And we were sitting down and just watching TV. And my dad's like, you guys want to go to the store? And as a kid, you're like, yeah, candy. I'm going to get some chips or something, So we go and my dad's like, all right, go in the car. And we saw my dad have a gym bag. But, we didn't really think about it. My dad was boxing at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, he put that gym bag in the car. I get in the car. And notice the grocery store, back in the day, they had a store called Food for Less. And that was at the corner of my, in the corner of my house.
Mm-hmm.
Right down the street. My dad passes it. I was like, passes 3 more going. I'm like, maybe he's going to go to the gym and he's going to, and then we'll go afterwards. No, I don't know. I don't know if you guys know about Johnny Tacos.
Yeah,
hey,
I sparred there before.
That's where I started off, and he just left me there for 3 hours with some coach. I cried.
What, he just
threw me, boop,
and walked away.
Bye. Yeah.
Damn.
And I ain't gonna lie to you. I cried the whole time. You can ask my brother. My brother's here.
8?
Yeah, 8 or 9. I cried the whole time. At that time, I was a real quiet kid back in the real quiet, sensitive, big old mama's boy. I cried throughout the whole thing. My dad came. He said, "You like boxing? You love it? You love it?" And for me, not to hurt my dad's feelings, I'm like, "Oh yeah, I love it. I love it." And from the age from 8 to 14, I absolutely hated boxing. I did not want to know anything of it. When it was a chore. My dad. I remember I used to go to my mom like, "Please, I don't want to go." I used to cry to my mom, this and this, and so as a mom. No mom want to see their kid get punched. Like, no, don't let him go, this and this. But I'm glad my dad always pushed me and stuff like that. But when I first made the team when I was 14 as a junior, that's when I absolutely fell in love with boxing. Going overseas, seeing all these different countries, getting gear and all that stuff. So I was just like, I was like, you know what? I think this could be for me. I think I got a feature for this. And all these fights I've been pretty good in the amateur. So that's really what stuck out to me. But that story, man. Whenever everybody always thinks I fell in love with boxing in the beginning. No, it was hard in the beginning because in the beginning I did not like it at all.
I'm glad you said that, and I'm glad that it just so happens this is your story because we've been getting a lot of amateur fighters and young amateur fighters.
Yeah, we've been having 9-year-olds come in with their father, and it's like, "Do you really love boxing?" "Yeah, I love it," but it's like, come back when you're 15, see if you still love it, or are you doing it because you're trying to make your father happy.
Yeah, and I ain't gonna lie. When people ask me that, I got interviews like that when I was on Team USA when I was younger, and I'd be like, "Oh yeah, I love it." Back in my head, I was like, "Oh man, if they know," because as a father, as a father, when you have a father as your coach, I think those are the one because they know when you lying, when you actually trying, when you're tired, when you're so you can't hide nothing from your father. So the whole time, I couldn't get away with anything. And my dad's the type of person, he'll train you for fun. He bored, he be like, "Let's go." I'll be like, so growing up as a kid, we always train like 3 or 4 times a day sometimes because he'd be bored. We'd be sitting at the house, we just finished training, sitting down. He'd be like, "You know what? Let's go. Let's go." I'm like, "Where are we going?" "We're going to go run like 6 miles right now." I'm like, "Dang, Dad." But if it wasn't for my dad doing that, I wouldn't have had the pedigree I have now, Olympic alternate, being on the team for all these years, and the pro that I am now. So my dad really, I give him the biggest thanks to him.
So how many miles? I'm sorry, go.
No, I wanted to ask you, what was it like when you finally told your dad? Like, how old were you, and what was it like telling your dad? Like, when I started this shit, I hated it, right?
He said he knew. He's like, "I knew."
Oh wow.
He said, I knew the whole time. He's like, he's like, "I just had to push you through it." And it's funny, my dad, he let me get a job at Starbucks when I was 15 through 18, my whole high school career. And he told me this afterwards. The reason he did that is he let me have that job while going to school and everything, so I can get that mentality. I don't want to work for somebody my whole life. You know what I mean? I used to work 2 weeks, 40 hours. My check used to come only $200 at Starbucks. That's what, minimum wage and everything. I looked at it when I first checked. I said, "Hold up, working like a slave, 2 weeks just to get a $200 check." I was like, "This is not for me, man.
Yeah.
I can't do this." Hey, much respect to other people. Yeah, much respect to other people who like to work and stuff like that. But I'd rather be my own boss.
But
tell people to do.
Don't get it confused. You're working more than the Starbucks guy. It's gonna pay off for you if you remain disciplined.
But I love what I do. Yeah,
remains disciplined, and that's the beauty and the advantage that you have. You love what you do. Like for me, I love what I do. Yesterday we had Devin in here. That was unplanned. So we worked the extra 3 hours that it didn't fucking bother me. It's Devin Haney. Like my job is to interview you. Like you think this is work for me? No, I love that I got to see you and tell my audience all about you.
But all that shit's important, bro, because it's true. Because although you're boxing, my dad, from the age of like 12, he didn't believe in child labor laws, bro. He had a landscaping company, and bro, like the typical Mexican, we.
I don't know what's up with these dads, man. Latino dads.
No, let me tell you.
That helps you in the future. Believe me.
I left the house when I was 17. I've been living on my own since, and it's because my dad taught me. I was just telling him, bro, like we work 14, 15-hour days, but it's not work, and for me, it's like, I'm trying to work as much as possible because that's what I was taught is to work. And I'm like, bro, I'd rather do this than cut grass. I hear a lawnmower and it's like I get PTSD. Bro, it traumatizes me. I hear a lawnmower, a weed whack. I'm like, I duck like they shooting this shit.
I'm definitely traumatized with weed whackers, man. I was in LA. Benavidez was training in San Diego, and I went to see him spar and stuff. Bro, and a landscaper drops his weed whacker on the highway. A Jeep like the one you wants to buy hits it. Bro, the weed whacker is just coming at me Final Destination style.
Oh, shit.
Boom, hits the new rental.
Oh, you hit it?
Bro, you know the little bar where this is the windshield. So that bar, luckily it hit that, because if it hits that windshield, we're dead. Because that's going to shatter. I'm going to go panic, and it was LA traffic. Bro, crazy. I'm traumatized. I don't want to see weed whackers ever.
That's me with the concrete barrels. The barrels, when they put the concrete in, you got
the wheelbarrows, yeah.
Oh my, I'm a skinny guy. When I was a kid, I was extra skinny.
You can't keep that wheelbarrow balance.
Let me tell you something.
Shaking and everything like this, trying to go.
The wheelbarrow, bro, we used to carry that bitch so heavy, just everything. Calluses on my hand. My hands all cut up, man. Now I go get manicures.
But it's like you said, that work made you realize that's hard work. This hard work is hard work that you love. And if you could just keep that, you're going to be good because, I want to go back to the stamina anyway because that's what I was going to say. If you could just keep that, you're going to be good. But at the end of the day, it's stamina. You can have all the skills in the world, but I feel like someone that can outwork you will beat the better fighter because they just have more activity. They're not tired. Like, for instance, I don't know if you were paying attention yesterday to the early sparring. You seen that?
Which one?
I can't say. If you ain't see it, you ain't see it.
Before me?
Definitely before
the one
you.
before me.
Definitely before
I think
you.
I came in the last
two
rounds.
Someone was just not on the other person's level, but obviously that person is working. He's running or doing something.
I think I know what you're talking about.
He did very well.
Mm-hmm.
He did very well, and his trainer was very happy because, the record doesn't indicate what he did in that ring, and that comes from having that stamina.
Now I know what you're talking
I
about.
get back to you. How many is it miles that you run
Miles,
or is it rounds that you put in? What do you think? What do you attribute the stamina to? Because I feel like you don't get tired.
Both. That's something big. My dad always said, if you're gonna be a boxer and you're gonna move, you gotta have the stamina in your legs to move. So I'll say both. My dad, when I'm back at home, we got our own gym down there in Houston, 0 to 100 boxing club, and usually for every time I train 3 times a day, and sometimes I train the kids over there too, and I train with them every workout. So I would roughly be running 6 to 8 when I'm there with my dad. When I'm here with Kay,
wow, 6 to 8 miles.
With Kay, it's about the same thing. We're up there in Mount Charleston with everybody.
But is there no concern of overworking the legs or I don't know, fucking hurting your knees and joints? That's 8 miles in one run.
That's always gonna happen. I got flat feet, so my ankles are always hurting. But we do that every other day, so there's breaks in between. You know what I mean?
I think it's all about the recovery.
So every other day, what are you doing? 3 in a week?
3 runs, yeah. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
So on sparring
days, yeah, sparring days. So basically, it's real good to do strength and conditioning on those days too, on the sparring days, because those days.
Canelo does that.
Yeah, because those days are already you working hard.
He actually does it the opposite, which was crazy. He does runs and strength and conditioning before sparring to simulate being exhausted in the ring, so he could push. That's some crazy shit.
But yeah, my strength coach, Evans Tobler, he's a great strength coach. I've been working with him.
Who's he working with?
He be working with Regis.
Regis?
Regis, and then he got he's working with Jenny.
Is it the new guy that Regis got? Because remember, Regis got a new guy that he was very happy with and making posts about. Because remember, Regis was struggling to make weight. Now he's good at 40. You talking about Prograde, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Evan Tobler, yeah. He's been working.
I don't know
with
if it's okay. That's who Regis is working with now.
Yeah, as a strength coach. He's real great strength coach. I'll shout out to him. He'll make sure you in condition too. Trust me. That boy, he be trying to kill me swimming in them running days. So. I love the swimming days though. I ain't not gonna lie. Those days are the fun. My brother says otherwise. He's like, he made me hate swimming.
Austin, put the name on the screen. We got people asking in the chat. Let me see what else we have here. But it is Freddy Rojas, more like what? Freudis. Yeah. Oh, that is so Dominican, it sounds. Not Cuban. We have Anaudis, Eldis.
You know, the end here in the U.S., when my dad came, they spelled it wrong. They put Freudis. It's supposed to be Y. If you notice, Cubans always end the East in the end. Freudis, ladies Maria, you know? Freudis, that's my uncle's name. So it's literally, I don't know what it is with Cuban with the East in there. I don't know.
I have Alejandro Corona that says, from San Antonio, Texas, what weight division do you see yourself finishing your career at? Thanks. Shit, you could probably be like 75, no?
Yeah, I do plan to do boxing for a while. You know, it would be great if I could do that. You know, go up to 75. I'm still young. I'm still growing. So I still need.
That's 4 divisions.
Still some filling in. Not, I'll probably see myself probably in the high 60s if I don't make it in the 75s or whatever. But no, yeah, I definitely don't see myself at 147 forever. Like I said, I'm still growing. I'm still young.
Being at that Top Rank gym so much, did you have an opportunity to see Devin before he went to Australia?
No. He actually, Devin, I left the day before Devin got there. So I was like, dang. Because I was there when Shakur was having his training camp. We were all there having our training camp at the same time. So I was there when Core was there, but literally the day after I left, that's when Devin, he showed up to the gym. And I said, dang, what's the coincidence?
You've ever sparred with Kenneth Sims?
With Kenny? Love Kenny. Kenny, my boy, yeah, of course we sparred with Kenny. Over there with Jay Prince in Houston. I've known Kenny, look.
But in Top Rank gym.
No, and I didn't spar with Top Rank or Kenny in Top Rank. We're all the same team.
No, I know, but he's different now, isn't he?
No, yeah, that Kenny now 100% better.
Exactly.
Way better.
That's why I'm asking, have you sparred at the Top Rank gym?
No, I haven't
this
sparred
version
Kenny.
of Kenny.
No, with Kenny, we sparred together all the time. Look, I'm telling you right now, Kenny is going to be a phenomenal fighter. He's going to be one of the top dogs out there. Kenny is just a great fighter. He's one of my bestest friends. Real close to him. Like I said, I've known Kenny since when I was 14. We were on the same team together, but he didn't know. He didn't know me until fast forward 4 or 5 years later when we saw each other again at Olympic Training Center and we came down down there to give us some sparring. But no, Kenny's a really great fighter. My respect. And now with his future, you see it, bro. He gets better and better every time I see him. So I think it's a good environment training with the best like that. You know, having everybody have that same motive, the same drive as you, and it pushes you more to work the best. So.
Absolutely. I know this is another smaller person, but, you know, sometimes people spar up. Arnold Barboza. Because he's there in that gym a lot. No? If you don't know him, you didn't.
I got to see. I'm really bad with names. I got to see his face.
To be fair, this is his first camp at the Top Rank gym. So you may have not seen him yet because I think I've seen that they maybe come in either really early or towards the end of the sparring.
What about Mendoza?
Brian.
I want to spar with Mendoza.
But you haven't?
I haven't. Troy, I think Troy, I sparred with him yesterday.
Yeah, he just did. I mean, this guy, we got to get it. We're going to stop and get a fan before next sparring session because.
No, yesterday was like hotter than usual, though.
Yeah, there was a lot of good work yesterday.
No, it was hot. It was hot, but I wanted to stay there. I wanted to. I told him.
Why'd you guys leave?
He was too hot.
No. I told him
he was gonna catch an Uber. He's talking about, yo, I'm gonna catch. I'm your friend. I'm not gonna. But
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I wanted to stay. There was some shit that was gonna go down. It wasn't that packed, but it was some specific spawn I wanted to see.
What's today? Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday.
And Bones brought his fighters. I wanted to see how good. I wanted to see how good my little man does, man.
Sean?
Yes.
Sean's a great fighter too.
I know, but
good fighter too.
I want to see because seen some stuff. So I want to see is he working on some stuff. Yo, I love being out here. Let me tell you, I'm just very thankful to God that I'm in Vegas. I never knew it would be this much better for the show. I love being able to go see you guys. I love being able to, again, tell my audience about someone new and have them see what it is that I see in you. So very appreciative to you coming into studio. I got New York Bullet that says, what's up, champ? If you had the choice of fighting Crawford or Spence, who would you take?
Bud.
Why?
Bud 100%. Because I feel like I'll get more work with Bud.
Wow. What do you mean?
He's just, I think, much respect to Earl, but I think Earl, he has a power. But I think compared to Bud, he's too slow. He's more flat-footed, more calm. And I think Bud will bring out the better in me because he moves more. And Bud's a thinking fighter. He won't do the same thing all the time. Look at when he fought Sean Porter. You see that uppercut he threw going back? That was crazy, man. So I feel like Bud will give me way more work, and he's a better fighter. So that's somebody I would look forward to fighting or even sparring.
Well, I think that is all our questions. Danny, do you have any more? I'm refreshing here in case I got any last minute.
Nope, I think we got them all, champ.
All right. Let's take this quick intermission and take this picture with Freudis Rojas, a.k.a. Freddy, trained by K.
Karoma.
And my father.
His father. What's your father's name?
The same. I'm the junior. Freudis is the same. He's a senior.
Okay. I'm junior too. Shout out. All right. We're going to take this intermission, take this picture. We'll be right back. 12 years. I never expected it to turn out like this. TheBoxingVoice.com. Shout out to the community, man. I appreciate y'all.
What's happening, people? Info Joe, Los Angeles, in the building.
Adrian, the problem wrong, the man from the frozen tundra.
Keem, straight out of Florida. Liz Lowe, Decatur, Georgia.
You already know what it is. It's the Queen, Martha K, Detroit. Stand up.
David Maldonado, New York City. Yo, Nuts, don't cut me off, man. Don't cut me off.
King Amin of Essex, catch me for them championship rounds.
Big Super Mac, Plainview, Texas.
Davidian in Buffalo. God bless you all.
In Jesus' name.
Without Chai, it ain't nothing. Without the callers, it ain't nothing, man.
Bad Girl, TKO, San Diego, California.
Big Fish, Vegas, Palm Beach, Florida.
Tree, the Incredible, straight out the ATL.
James Benitez, Huntsville, Alabama. It ain't hating, it's just the truth.
Show Kid, Mount Vernon, New York, suckers.
SDS Promotions.
Coach Mide from London, UK.
Checking in from Tennessee, it's Lethal James, P-A-Y-N-E. It's lethal.
What up? We back. That was amazing. I love that kid. I'm telling y'all, I wish I had those Ray-Bans that came out with the motherfucking recordings. Because if you could see what I see, you'd be excited as I am. Bo, what up?
So I checked out some of the odds for the weekend, and I noticed that Trevor Bryan is a plus 800 against Daniel Dubois, and the over-under on that fight is 3.5 rounds.
Damn!
So anything over 3.5 rounds is plus money.
Wow. That's crazy. They trying to say kickstand ain't making it. That's crazy.
Do you think he is?
I never got to watch him spar. We only got to watch him work.
Yeah.
If I would have got a chance to watch, and he sparred Johnny Rice, so we got to ask Rice. He sparred Johnny the other day. We just wasn't there, man. Yeah. And you don't quit.
But
and you don't quit.
If you'd like to call in, give your opinion.
The clock changed again. What in the balls?
I don't know.
Yo.
But if you'd like to call in, voice your opinion on Devin Haney potentially fighting Tank Davis, potentially fighting Maxi Hughes.
Forget potentially. I think this show should be more about that's what needs to happen, especially after hearing him say if no rematch, he's moving up. Like, we need people to realize that financially and just like for the betterment of the sport, that fight is bigger at 35.
Oh, no, 1,000%.
So they need to, if no Kambosos, go straight into this, not if no Kambosos move up. If no Kambosos, let's make this fight. Let's work together to give Devin the biggest opportunity out there and to quiet the naysayers because, truth be told, there are some. Even while we did the interview yesterday, people were super chatting, asking him, like, does he feel he's the best? There is still Tank. There is still Ryan. So there will be a debate. But the number to call in, 1-425-569-5241. Press 1 time. Voice your opinion right here on the Voice of the People hotline. If you're on Blog Talk and you feel like, oh, I hope he goes to me. Well, I can't because you didn't press 1. Same thing goes for Discord. Can't go to you until you raise your hand, throw yourself in that queue. Then we can go to you and we can get this party started. Who's the A side? Devin or Tank? Not a question for you to answer, Danny, or for myself. I think that's a poll, Bo. That is a poll. Is the man with all the belts, the lineal Ring Magazine champ, WBC champ, WBO champ, WBA champ, IBA champ, IBF champ, WBC franchise and WBC email champ. Is he number one or is Tank? Because he's the draw. Because he sells tickets.
So
because he's the one on pay-per-view.
So as Bo puts up that poll and puts up the Discord link in the chat, let's get to some callers.
Yes. Who is first on Discord right after these messages?
Remember to rate us 5 stars on iTunes.
Subscribe to youtube.com/theboxingvoice for the latest and greatest interviews with your favorite fighters.
We've got Kingborn.
Kingborn, buenos dias.
Brooklyn Jew is coming through your town.
Let's get to it. When you see old dirty bastards in a position like that, then you know that I'm getting ready to bust your...
I love my TVV comrades.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Listen, man. What? Goddamn spider crab, goddamn Sal Shane. That's all I need. And I'm good.
SDS Promotions.
Peace. You hear me, right?
Yeah.
You hear me? Hey, love my TVV comrades. Love my TV live chat comrades. Yo, make it the fuck out of my pocket. What you doing, magician? Oh, shit. It's presto change, yo. Switch him up, fix him up. Time. These the fights that I want to see and the boxing fiends want to see. Let's go, Ness. Number one, Battle of the Villains. I want Broly versus Kambosos. You heard? Or I want Broly versus Keyshawn Davis. Let Keyshawn Davis work on that. The Diesel Cat. You know what I mean? The super villain. You heard Black Adam and all that wild shit. Now, let me tell y'all, son, I got another switch in my fix him up. Jerry Anderson got that bad shoulder. Let's get it on with Johnny Rice. You heard? At 147, can I get Thurman, Virgil Ortiz? I probably get Virgil and Boots. And if Devin Haney go to 140, let that man get Mikey Garcia. Let me get a piece. He might be a Mexican meal for Devin Haney, you heard? And as a tanker maniac, yo, everybody know we want this fucking fight with Haney and goddamn Tank. We don't give a fuck about Lomachenko. Loma could go fight fucking Rolly, or Loma could fight Isaac Cruz. This is the fight, y'all. This is the second biggest fight we want to see next to Crawford and goddamn Spence. Let's keep it real. Everybody clamoring for the little Tyson, the little mini Mike Tyson versus the new age Floyd Mayweather, Lord Haney, you heard? So like I said, y'all, put the shit in the chat. I'm here. Love the show, yo, Ness. Yo, please walk. Y'all, I did y'all.
Let me get a screen share.
Gets me excited.
Who would you fight next if you could choose?
Whatever fight makes the most sense, obviously.
What makes the most sense to you? What gets you most excited?
Obviously, the Lomachenko fight. That's a huge fight. But all of them gets me excited. The Gervonta Davis, Lomachenko, those two pretty much are top on the list because they're just that makes the most sense. All the other guys I really don't really.
I'm lost as to what he is saying. Big Irv is saying, so he's thanking him, right? So do you see the message or no?
He says, Haney says he wants Loma next. Man, what a fight that'd be, one that I'd cop on pay-per-view. Here's to Kambosos stepping aside. Side note, no talk of 140 in this clip. Those fights don't make the most sense.
So then Haney quote tweets and says, thank you for clearing up what I said.
I think it was a now deleted tweet from that individual.
Big Irv?
Yeah.
All right. Because I was just trying to make sense of what they are trying to say with the no side note 40 clip. You know, when he definitely said 140 on our interview.
Yes. King Born.
No, we went to him.
Oh, CYP.
CYP.
Good morning, muchachos.
Buenos dias.
Hey, so there's two type of A-sides, right? You got the fighter A-side and the promotional A-side. I don't know what the question is. If it's whatever promotional company takes to fighting is spearheading that shit, then they fighter is A-side. But we all know that those belts do not make you the A-side. As Triple G versus Canelo. He had all the belts. Canelo was in there trying to take his belts. He was not the A-side. When it comes to money, money talks. Your belts, they got you to fight. So
he didn't have all of them. He didn't have all of them. He wasn't undisputed.
He had more than Canelo did.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I'm just clearing up. He wasn't undisputed.
No. You ain't got to be undisputed if you're a star. We know that. Like, so trust me. Floyd could have fought an undisputed anybody. He still would have been the A-side. Them belts, and we can't pretend like Tank has never said that the belts don't matter. He didn't say that because he wanted to be the A-side versus Devin Haney or the A-side versus somebody else. He said that before any of this happened.
So what do you think is a proper split? What do you think is a proper split?
Oh, let's go 55-45. Ain't no big deal. Like, I don't even care if it's 50-50. I don't care if it's 50-50. That don't even bother me. Straight up.
But it ain't nothing crazier than that. No 70-38.
No.
Okay.
No, hell no.
All right, CYP. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, looks like we got our next guest in the building. So whenever the team is ready, they'll be bringing in
Arnold
Barboza. In the meantime, looks like we have on Discord.
We have Venom.
Yo.
Yo,
we cannot shrug off what Maxi Hughes said. He said that his team ducked Ryan Garcia. Now, that's been two fighters' teams who've been ducking Ryan. So I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah, but he said his team, but it's him. That's why I said, wait, what? Did you see He's like, yeah, I seen the offer. It was the most I would have made in my life. So it's like, you got to tighten your belt as a grown man and say, look, Eddie, I know you saying that ain't what the market value is worth, but that's more money than I ever made. And if I beat this man, I'm in a better position than I am today. That's just the bottom line. But you got to be willing to bet on yourself like Devin Haney did.
It's because Eddie already knows what Ryan brings to the table. And he knows when he knocked out Luke Campbell, he's not trusting in Maxi Hughes to get the job done.
Absolutely agree. And that's why he's trying to maximize and get as most money from Ryan versus giving Maxi the opportunity and letting him hopefully upset.
And I got one more thing. Did you guys hear the rumors that Virgil Ortiz and David Amnesian
Yeah.
offer for Virgil Ortiz as well?
Yeah. I heard that. Ain't nobody excited. This is a decent fight because Amnesian is definitely a tough SOB, but it ain't nothing that I'm excited about. It ain't no fucking Earl versus Crawford or Tank versus Haney. It ain't, Virgil would have got me more excited fighting Conor Ben, fighting Keith Thurman, Boots Ennis. I don't know, any other welterweight that's like that. Like fighting Avanesian is like whatevers. I'm pretty sure, what was it, Kerman Lahagra that beat Avanesian twice? Or did Avanesian beat Kerman Lahagra twice?
I don't know.
I'll check. Looks like we're cutting our next guest, or no? Because I could take a caller.
Looks like we're good to go.
Arnold Barboza Jr. in the building. About to be joining us here in studio. So you already know, if you haven't already done so, head on over to patreon.com, drop in your question for Arnold so that we can have it asked live on the show.
Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
How are you, man? Is this too early for you?
Nah, I actually finished my run and my breakfast already, so I've been up for a while.
Uh-oh, you got a cut?
Yeah, it was in sparring yesterday, a headbutt. We were in the inside working. And
what headgear you got?
I got the winning one, but it moved. It moved, and I don't know. I don't know how the heck.
Who you was sparring?
I was sparring at the Salas gym. Yeah, so it's good work, man. But it's all right. It's a little scratch. So
wait. You spar Arthur?
No, I sparred Luis Feliciano and Brian Flores.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Won't be an issue for the upcoming July 15th bout, right? The cut?
No.
Okay.
No, it's a baby cut. I still finished 5 rounds after and it didn't even bleed, so we're good.
So how's it been, man? This is your first time holding training camp in Las Vegas, right?
Yeah, man, it's been different. I'll tell you that much.
How so? The heat or the sparring?
Heat. I mean, there's decent sparring out there too. There's good sparring. There's great sparring out here actually. But the sparring is great out here. I'm just getting used to the weather, but I'm adapting already. You know, it's pretty good.
How long have you been in Vegas?
I'm going on 2 weeks now.
Are you finding it more difficult to do the runs? They say this is high altitude, or no?
Now, well, see, before this, my training camp's out of Hold'em in Big Bear, you know, which was like 8,000 feet elevation. But so the altitude's not really a problem. It's more, I think, the weather. You know, like, you know, you get up in the morning, you're like, it's like 90 degrees, you know, like at 6 in the morning. So it's just getting used to it, man. Because I mean, I'm from Cali, you know, it's good weather all year round, you know. But it's all right, man. You know, it's nothing crazy.
I agree, bro. I'm not originally from Vegas. I've only got 3 months living here, and I check the weather every day, and it freaks me out to see that at 8 a.m. it's 90 in the fucking. It's crazy. It's crazy,
right? Crazy.
So do you typically do your runs in the morning because that, or do you ever do night runs?
I do them in the morning. I'm an early bird, man. I get up early all the time. So I'm up early.
How early?
Man, I'm up like at 5 in the morning.
Wow.
You know,
so how early do you go to bed?
Probably like around 9:30. I'm in bed. You know, sometimes, you know, it's about 9:30 the latest when I'm watching something, you know, interesting.
So when did you get into the sport? How old were you?
I was 5.5.
Okay, young.
Yeah. My pops, he was a pro kickboxer, and I remember he put me in soccer, and I remember I missed the ball, I hit my head, and I started crying. You know what I mean? And then like he used to go to the gym, and he used to always watch fights. I remember he was watching a fight, and I told him I want to do that, and he's like, "You're crazy." He's like, "If they can hit you in the head, and you're gonna cry." So then he took me to the gym, man. It was a wrap. You know, he was like 13-0 in his career, but and I was fighting smoker fights because I was too young for the USA boxing, you know. So I was fighting on the same cards as him and stuff like that. And then but he eventually, you know, he quit just to focus on me, you know, and he took me to USA boxing legit when I hit 8, and it was up from there.
Wow, so you've just been at it since 8 years old.
Yeah, well, 5.5 I started. I stopped when I was 13. I played football in high school. I love football. You know, I went up to like 215 pounds.
What?
210. Yeah, I was.
How tall are you?
I'm like 5'9". So like.
What?
Yeah. So I remember.
What position you played?
I was linebacker, fullback.
What?
Yeah.
And that was what, high school?
That was high school. Yeah. That was all high school. Yeah, well, it was my senior year because I remember my junior year I was starting linebacker. And I remember I got trucked like my first game by some one dude, and I was like, man, this whole summer I'm gonna just dedicate myself to making sure that don't happen again and get big. And so I got big, just hit the weights a lot and hit up to like 215, 210.
So there has to have been some other pause because you're 30 right now.
No. So after, like I said, all through high school, I didn't box anymore. I stopped, you know, cold turkey. Just it wasn't no fighting.
So when you get back to it?
After high school, I was like, man, like, what am I gonna do? I don't like school, you know.
So you're 17 or 18?
I was 18.
Okay.
I was already gonna be 19, and then I started training again when I was like 19. Then my pops didn't take me serious because I would go to the gym like just to lift weights at the boxing gym, but then like I would just be mad or something, and I would spar somebody. You know, just to like, cause I was mad, you know, and I'll do good for like 2 rounds and I'll just gas out, you know, cause I had all this muscle on me. So then he didn't even take me serious for 6 months. He didn't train me. He didn't even get me with the mitts.
Wow.
He didn't mess with me until he seen that I was serious about losing the weight and stuff like that. And so yeah, we just hit it hard.
So you got some decent wins under your resume for a person like myself that knows, you know, who these guys are. You beat Mike Reed from the DMV. That's a decent win. I see that you also have a win over Mike Alvarado, William Silva, my guy from Canada, Tony Lewis, Alex Salcido. So decent names coming around along the way. But I have to ask, would you consider yourself a contender or a prospect at this point in your career?
I definitely think I'm a contender, man, no doubt. You know, like you said, there's some decent wins in there. It started with Mike Reed, man. Mike Reed I fought him when he was a contender. He had just literally fought Jose Ramirez for the title eliminator, you know. And so like in my eyes, like if I would have just fought for a title eliminator, coming off a loss, I'm gonna come back strong, you know, and I'm gonna come back. So I think I got the best Mike Reed, you know, that there was, you know. And, you know, I think that was a big win for me. You know, the Salcedo fight was a big win for me. The Mike Alvarado fight was a big win for me. You know, I feel like you know, that I had to come up the hard way, and I feel like I still am doing things kind of the hard way, you know, and it's all right, you know. I feel like the whole division is like in a wait right now.
A wait? Why?
Like in a line because it's Josh Taylor, you know, has all the belts. I feel like everybody's just like in that line, you know what I'm saying? It's like, you know, you got Cepeda, and then next is gonna be another guy. You know, it's not like the belts are not scattered, you know what I mean? So it's not like you got 3 or 4 guys fighting at one time for a belt, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Is there another sanctioning body you're ranked higher than the WBO? I think they have you at number 8, right?
Yeah, man, it's crazy. At one point, like a few months ago, I was number 2 at WBO. Yeah, I was at number 2 at WBO. I'm saying, man, it's weird. These rankings bring you down a little bit, you know what I mean? I'm just like, damn.
Wait, how long has it been since you fought Antonio Moran? That was
in August.
Oh,
yeah. So it's
been
a while.
minute. You're going almost a year. Almost.
Yeah. So and it's our fault, you know. That's our fault.
What, did you have an injury?
No. We just waited for somebody that they didn't want to end up fighting after all. So it was our
So you're
fault.
talking about the Tio fight?
Yeah, the Tio fight.
How long ago were you told possibly you can get a Tio fight?
Man, this was like kind of like not right after his loss, but it was like I knew that loss kind of benefited me, you know, because I knew that he wasn't gonna be able to just try to go and fight Josh Taylor right away, you know. So I knew he was gonna have to come back, but I didn't know that he was gonna have to have all these injuries and all this stuff. But I got told, you know, that he was all right and he was gonna start training and we were gonna probably fight, you know, soon, you know.
How many? What was the first potential month they gave you?
It was probably January, February.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then after January came and passed, they said what?
It was like, oh well, you know, he's gonna go get checked. He's traveling right now. He's gonna go do this, that. He's injured. And it's, okay, well, it's gonna happen.
So what was the next month they said?
And then the next month it was just probably I think it was like April, and then after April I think it was June, and then after that it was finally like, okay, he's not gonna fight till like September, and I was like, man, we gotta move on, you know.
Yeah.
So it was time.
Wow. So then you hear him on Twitter saying nobody wants to fight him.
That's crazy. Yeah, man, that thing kind of got me mad. You know, I mean, I don't pay attention to him no more because I kind of learned that he talks a lot, man, and the whole situation. And it's not really like, I don't even think it's me like that I dislike the kid. I think it's more like his father. You know, like puts everything on him. You know, it's kind of sad. You know what I'm saying? Like, he didn't mention me, it was his dad, you know, and then like, so his dad's his team, you know, so his son has to take responsibility for that, you know? And so I don't know, man, when he said that, I was just like, man, what are you talking about? Like, I know my manager went off on him, you know, and it was like, what are you talking about, man? We've been trying to get you to fight.
To be clear, your manager is Rick Mirrigan, right?
Yes, sir.
Same manager as Jose Ramirez, Joseph Diaz. He just signed someone else, right? Cepeda.
Yeah.
So I heard that your manager went into that meeting not for you at first, but to get that fight for Cepeda. Do you know if that's true or false, that Team Tio allegedly was negotiating with your manager for Cepeda first, then you became a possibility because of Tio's dad?
Well, I don't know. I don't know about that because I know at the time Cepeda wasn't signed with my manager. I don't know about that, but that I know when you were talking about, because I got told the same thing, that they went in there wanting to fight Cepeda, right?
Mm-hmm.
But and then Cepeda already had his route. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He already had his mandatory. He was already the next in line for the WBC. That's why Tio, I think, wanted to fight that. But they offered it me. You know, I was on the table, and he kind of like started making. That's when the excuses started coming out. But hey, man. I mean, look, we're past that. You know, maybe in the future. I mean, you know, he wins his fight. You know, and win mine, then hopefully next.
So, what do you know of your opponent, Danielito Zorrilla? Yo, come on, you the Mexican. Help me here.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd fuck it up, bro. It's a Spanish
He
name.
knows my Spanish is horrible.
Nah, man. You know what? I've seen him fight two times. I seen his last one against Akano. It ended quick. He hit him with a body shot and stopped him. I know he has good pop. You know, and I've seen him
Was
fight
it a
one
left
time.
hook to the body? Because he's Puerto Rican.
Yeah, I think it was right. I think it was right in the middle. So I know, man, it's gonna be a good fight. You know,
75% KO ratio, 16 wins, 12 knockouts.
Yeah, he's not a bad fighter, man. He's good. You know, and you know, I took this fight because he's ranked as well. You know, and I got to get back up into the rankings. You know, so I know this is the only way to get it. So we took this fight in a heartbeat.
I want to ask. Obviously, some will say that at 38%, not much of knockout power, but 4 fighters that you've stepped into the ring with have never fought again. Do you think that when you step into that, fighters respect what you pack?
Oh, for sure. Because if I didn't, then they would just not stop coming after me. You know, it's crazy because at the beginning of my career, because I was brought up as a boxer, right? You know, my style was boxing, and then every fight, man, I was getting tired of every fight, every fucking game plan of. Oh, sorry, I don't know if I can cut, but
You're good.
every game plan, you know, of every fighter was like, oh, we're gonna go in there, we're gonna take them to deep waters, we're gonna go in there, we're gonna go inside and bang with them, we're gonna do this. And I was like, all right. So, but then when they got in the ring, it was different. You know what I mean? And then, you know, I started learning to fight in the inside. You know, my last 2 fights with Moran and Salcedo, I proved that I can bang with 2. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like my overall game is getting better.
That fight was a war.
Yeah, it was a good fight, man. You know, we both took punishment in that fight. You know, I took me a little longer to recover. You know, but it was a great fight, man. I'm glad that I fought the fight that I did. Like the last rounds I boxed, I boxed them beautiful. I could have did that the whole fight. You know what I mean? But I wanted to prove a point. You know, and that's what I wanted to do, man. And that's what I think I've been doing.
So this kid does seem like he has some pop. He knocked out Dakota Linger, who is a tough little. You know, people overlook Dakota. You know who that is, right?
Yeah, no, I've never seen. No.
Oh my God, let me see his last fight, bro. He probably got robbed in his last fight. Matthew Gonzalez. Yep, Lefty Guns. That was on Top Rank. He probably beat Lefty. He's a tough kid, man. He's a tough kid. He's not a world beater. Probably won't be a world champion, but he is a durable dude that gets slept on. And if you ain't got the pop, he gonna be in there all night with you. And this kid knocked him out. Then he knocked out Cano. You know Cano's a puncher.
Yeah.
You know, knocked out obviously Linares. And I was at that Malignaggi fight. He gave Malignaggi hell.
Yeah.
So you're in for a decent fight with this kid. Do you look at tape or you leave that to your dad?
No, I look at some. My pops, man, he's a boxing man. I do watch his boxing all day. You know, and he knows. I mean, he knows everybody that's like in the top 15. He's seen film on everybody already, so he knows, you know, his stuff. And we sit down as a team and we'll watch it. You know, but I don't do too much watching, but I do watch it. You know, just to know what I need to do in the ring.
Would you know only after this win whether or not Vegas was a good change and you'll do it again? Or do you already know that you would like to come back to Vegas for training camp?
Yeah, I mean, you know, like, so far I like it. You know, it's been good. It's just like I said, the weather is getting used to it, you know, and the heat, man, is crazy. You know, it's crazy. But yeah, man, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, you know, it's work, right? You know, he's a bag in the ring. It's a sparring partner, so.
I was gonna ask you, like, being away from family, but you would be away at Big Bear as well. So this is no different in that sense for you?
Yeah, it's no different. You know, that's the hard part, right? You know, Big Bear, I just love it up there, man. It's just, you know, it's just so you're just away from everything, man. And you know, it's a little crazier over here, you know. But you know, hopefully, you know, we can get something going, you know, a Big Bear again, or you know, but I don't know, because Abel, you know, we used to have him rent us the gym, but hopefully next time, man. If not, I'll come back here.
I wanted to ask you, leading into that Mike Alvarado fight, actually it was before the Mike Alvarado fight, maybe the year before. You had like what the fuck was up with Charlie Zelenoff and that whole thing where he said that he beat you up?
Yeah, dude, that dude. So I seen him one time at at Gold's Gym, right? And then he took a picture of me, or I thought he took a picture of me, and then the next thing you know, like I'm getting like, because I had just fought think it was Mike Reed. I just fought.
Okay.
Oh my God! So he took a picture and said he beat you up in sparring.
And I was like, and then I'm getting like, he's saying he's beating my ass. I'm like, what the fuck, like. So like, dude, like, hey, I'm not even lying, bro. Like, I take shit serious, you know. So like, I got his address, and I was like, man, but I was like, nah, you know what? Like, it's not even worth it.
Yo,
man.
that's Frank's boy. Shout out to Frank.
Yeah, I know, Frank, man, Frank be instigating everything.
Yo, no, Frank actually dropped a video when that happened, saying that you made him run.
Fuck, I'm telling you, bro, I didn't make no money run, man. I if I see him, maybe now, but you know, it's just.
Oh man!
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Yo,
Charlie's trolled even wilder.
Did you see the video I sent you?
No.
Yeah, it was Charlie. He actually like made a full video. The guy is something else.
No,
man.
of course. I can't believe he's still doing it. After the Wilder thing, I thought it calmed down, but he's still out here trolling, huh?
Yeah, this is crazy.
I got Ruin in 504 New Orleans. He says, if you're able to get past Zoria, what fight would you like next?
If I can't get a title shot, then I like the Teal fight next. You know, he's gonna be fighting around the same time I am. So I think that'll be perfect. You know, I'm not gonna wait, I'm gonna stay active. You know, I learned my lesson. So I want that fight next. You know, and if it's not that fight,
are you not worried about his youth? Dude's 24, bro.
I don't care, man. That dude could be fucking 19. I don't care. Like I just like I want to fight him. You know, like I don't think I've ever wanted to fight somebody so bad. You know, and I know the camp for that would be amazing, man, because the motivation I would have. I'm not that I'm not motivated right now. Of course I am. You know what I'm saying? But because first things first is handling business the 15th. But I think the only other person that I was motivated to fight like this was like the Salcedo fight. You know, just because he said some stuff before the fight. But yeah, man.
What did he say?
I think they told me after I fought Tony Lewis that he changed his mind. He was gonna knock me out in 3 rounds instead of 6.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so I was like, all right, cool. You know, and then that gym he was training at, they were always like commenting on my stuff, just talking all kind of shit. So like I was like, all right, cool. You know, so we just got in my zone, man, and we just figured it out.
Excuse me. Has Kenneth Sims ever been offered to you?
He got offered. I believe it was in. When was that? I think it was for January. I think it was.
So after Tio couldn't make it, they offered you.
Well, it wasn't like the Tio couldn't make it. They just said like just in case kind of type thing. But the thing was that I told my manager, I was like, bro, I want big fights. You know what I'm saying? Like I have nothing against Sims. You know, Sims is a
But
good,
you don't
fighter.
think after his win over the Dominican Elvis Rodriguez, because they were hyping Elvis.
Yeah, but like I said, it's like me beating Mike Reed, right? That at one point they were hyping him. You know what I'm saying? The fight with Sims, we didn't say no to the fight. You know, we said yes, and we said make it worth it. You know what I'm saying? Like we're not just gonna fight this guy to fight this guy. You know what I'm saying? That he, we know who he is. You know, I've known who he is from his first debut. Actually, he was with Gary Shaw, I believe it was. And because we had a buddy.
Damn,
you
know
card.
well. That was his promoter.
Yeah, so because we had Alex Luna, he was with Gary Shaw, and Gary Shaw gave me my first 3 fights.
Okay.
You know, so I knew who he was because I was like, man, who is this kid? Because there's a bunch of cameras here. It was crazy. You know, and my dad goes, oh yeah, he's pretty good amateur. So my dad, like I said, my dad's a boxing. He knows who everybody is. So so I got offered a fight with him. With with the money wasn't there and the Y factor wasn't there, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, why am I taking a fight like that when I can get a main event with Zoria and who's in the rankings with more money and a main event? You know what I mean? So it's like I can't.
Oh wow! So wait, the Kenneth Sims fight wouldn't have been a main event?
No.
Why?
I have no idea, man. Like I said, I wanted to.
But I don't even know Zoria. Like, how is he a main event and not you and Kenneth Sims? That shit is crazy.
It's crazy to me because like let's say for example, right, like the guy that Teal's fighting, right? Campa. Campa. I've been trying to fight him. Like I've tried to fight him when I was like 15-0. Like he was already like 20-something-0. You know, no, he's not good enough. He's not TV.
That's what
caliber.
Top Rank was.
Yeah, that's what people were telling me, and I'm like, damn. Now you get this guy fighting him. Like, damn. You know what I mean? Like, It's just, man. It's just, it's just.
I mean,
weird.
but coming off of an injury and obviously
Yeah.
Tio's fucking lost it a little bit, he might need.
Yeah, well, I think his team did the right thing. In my eyes, I think
By not taking
the fight. In my eyes, that's a good move finally from his team. You know what I'm saying? But I just think, I just think
Finally
yeah,
from his team?
I'm just saying, I just think that it was a good move by them, but they just should need to keep like my name out their mouth and other people's names out their mouth, man. Like, he can't like take this fight and go on Twitter and be like, oh, no one wanted to fight me. You know what I mean? Like, it don't make sense.
I'm gonna tell you something though, and I think it's like really similar with what you're speaking of, because like I've always been a bad kid, and my dad would always tell me somebody's gonna whoop your ass and you gonna learn your lesson. And the first time I got my ass whooped, I told my dad I still ain't learned my lesson, and I think that's the same thing that happened. It's like you talked, and then you lose your undisputed titles, and then or the unified titles, and then you keep talking.
Whoa,
unified.
He ain't have that last belt, man. We got James Valdez, San Antonio, Texas. You versus Tio. How would that fight play out?
Man, it'll be a great fight. Like I said, look, I respect Tio in the ring, right? He's a talented fighter.
He got that pop.
Yeah, he does. But like I said, a lot of people underestimate, me. So I think it'll be a good fight, man. I'll pull it out. I know for 100% I will.
You understand you would be the underdog.
Oh, 100%. I embrace it.
Are you a betting man? I gotta ask.
But would he be the underdog if he would have went straight into it with Tio coming off a loss and an injury?
I'm pretty sure I still would.
Yeah, I think so. Only because of obviously what he's accomplishing, the name that he's created for himself. So I thought we had I thought the odds for Haney Kambosos were like really close. I thought it'd be a lot wider, and I think a lot of that, I think Tio really sold. Not Tio, George really sold himself. So,
I got New York Bullet. What up, champ? Who are some of the legends that inspired you? Actually, going back to the Tio fight. So now he's got the power. BoxRec says you don't. How do you win that fight? Because even though you don't have the power, you've chose to slug it out and earn respect from certain people. Is it smart to do that with Tio because he allegedly has power? I'm using air quotes, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, I won't let him breathe. I'll put nonstop pressure, man, and I know he won't like it. And I think the accumulation of punches, what ultimately, just was get him.
So New York Bullet in New York says, "What's up, champ? Who were some of the legends that inspired you to box? Good luck on everything."
Tom, thank you. To be honest, man, look, it's crazy because I'm not really like the biggest boxing fan. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like to fight, but I like Sugar Ray Leonard, man. He was that dude was crazy, man. Like, his combinations, his speed, his power. Like, you just watch highlight. I could watch highlights of him all day. Yeah, it's pretty much him. I liked Oscar De La Hoya in his prime, man. He was, I liked how he was always like boom, boom, his feet through his combinations. But yeah, man, those were the two guys that I kind of look at.
All right, those are all my questions. You have any more?
Who outside of yourself do you watch today? If anybody.
Yeah. I like Shakur, man. He's the dude is good. Terrence is good. I like Canelo too. I think he needs to throw a little more. He's gonna depend on his power too much. But those three guys, man, and Lomachenko, of course. Those are three guys, man. And I'm starting to like the Monster, man. That dude, oh man.
Well,
beautiful
you brought
right
up
hand.
Loma, man. Obviously he's in the war
right now.
But do you want that fight with he and Haney?
What do you mean, like when they for them to fight?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Is that a fight that you would like to see? Like
of course.
He's being brought up a lot, but I just don't know that it's even fair because it's like, when is he gonna be back? And when he comes back, in what shape is he gonna be? And when he comes back, how soon is he gonna want to fight? Like, we were speaking earlier. He's coming back from a war. I'm sure he's gonna want to get back to his wife and kids and spend time with them and settle back in. So. How do you see that fight play out, though, from the Loma we've seen and what we just saw from Haney?
Man, I don't know, man, because what Haney showed, man, he's dude's good, man, really good. He's good talent. And, man, I don't know.
What would you have done with that jab? Because he barely threw the right. So what would you do? Like, is it just slipping the jab? Was George just not slipping it? Is it that easy? Or because damn, the man didn't adjust, bro.
It's hard, man. You got a gunshot jab like that, man. It's hard to
Dang, called it a gunshot.
Yeah,
okay.
man, because he changes. I like his jab, man. You can change speeds on it, and shout out to Haney, man. He did his thing, man. He went out there and I had my money on Haney. I thought he was gonna win, but you can never bet against George Kambosos. He's a hard worker too, but shout out to Haney, man.
You didn't get to catch him in the gym, did you?
Haney, no.
Okay, so you must have just missed him too.
Yeah,
then.
no, he said that. I think we just. Oh no, we asked Fredris that. We asked.
If we asked Freddie that. Yeah, okay, because obviously he was training at Top Rank before he headed to Australia. So beautiful, beautiful. Well, Arnold, thank you for your time. And July 15th, Top Rank ESPN main event, and that's in where is that? Indio?
No, Pechanga, yeah, Temecula, yeah.
Temecula, I'm sorry, Temecula. So make sure and give out your social media so people can tune in, know where to get tickets, and just follow your career.
Yeah, on Instagram, I'm Arnold_Barboza_Jr. and on Twitter, I'm Junior Barboza Arnold.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick picture with you, do this little intermission. Actually, last one slid in from Alejandro Corona, a.k.a. A-Crown from San Antonio. Who do you think is the best right now at 140?
At 104, man, I don't know. It's other than myself, I think, man, you can say, Cepeda's up there, Regis is up there. I just think that we all got to fight, each other to figure that out, right? Mm-hmm. Regis is good, Cepeda's good, like I said. Ramirez, he's good too. So it's right there, man. It's kind of got to start fighting each other to see really who it is,
Devin Haney yesterday said that if the rematch doesn't get made and, or if basically saying that there's a chance that he moves up to 40 next, regardless of, there's that chance.
Matter of fact, were you not offered a Devin Haney fight at 140 if Bill couldn't go to Australia?
Nah, they didn't.
Really?
No one offered me a fight.
Your name was given to his team.
Man, I didn't know
if
that.
they would have decided not to go to Australia because Bill couldn't make it, am I wrong? Ain't that the name they told us?
Your name was one of, I want to say 2 or 3 names that for a Haney fight.
That's crazy that you wouldn't have gotten that offer though.
I mean, that was just worst case scenario. Bill can't go.
Yeah, worst case scenario. Like if Devin's like, fuck that, you can't get my dad in the country, I don't want the fight.
Yeah.
Then allegedly you and 2 other people
were considered for a late summer fight, maybe July or August.
Heartbeat, Yeah.
Well,
so he moves up though. Is that a fight that you would like? Moving up, coming off from undisputed and moving up, to 140.
Man, a heartbeat. Like I said, I'm here to fight big. I want big fights at this point in my career. You know what I'm saying? So if I can get that fight, man, that would be great too. With all respects to him, man, and to fight a fighter like him would be an honor, man. It would be an honor to share the ring, and we'll put on a great show.
All right, we're going to take a quick intermission, take a picture with Arnold, and we'll be right back.
12 years. I never expected it to turn out like this.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Shout out to the community, man. I appreciate y'all.
Happening, people. Info Joe, Los Angeles, in the building.
Adrian, the problem wrong, the man from the frozen tundra.
Keem, straight out of Florida. Liz Lowe, Decatur, Georgia.
You already know what it is. It's the Queen, Martha K, Detroit, stand up.
David Maldonado, New York City. Yo, Nuts, don't cut me off, man. Don't cut me off.
King Amin of Essex, catch me for them championship rounds.
Big Super Mac, Plainview, Texas.
Davidian in Buffalo. God bless you all.
In Jesus' name.
Without Chad ain't nothing. Without the callers, it ain't nothing, man.
Bad Girl, TKO, San Diego, California.
Big Fish Vega, Palm Beach, Florida.
Treat the incredible, straight out the ATL.
suckers.
SDS Promotions.
Coach Mide from London, UK. Let's go!
Checking in from Tennessee, it's Lethal James, P-A-Y-N-E. It's lethal.
Line 6 Reed, just spreading that boots gospel.
Bo from Bama, only in America.
Well, I'm a true attestation to the American dream.
King Born, Crown Heights, Brooklyn. You heard? 4 chicken wings and french fries, breakfast of champions. Let's get to it.
JT, New Orleans, Louisiana.
Stuff like that.
Yo, TVB, this Coach J-Mac. New Orleans, Louisiana, 504, baby.
What have you?
C. Y. E.
California.
Like the video, subscribe to the channel, join YouTube members and Patreon for some.
This is the #1 pound for pound and 2 division champion, Marvin the Tank Furman from Dallas, Texas.
LB Southern from DC to Stunt City.
Yo! What up, what up, what up, what up, what up? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have a special treat in the building for you. Coming to you live all the way from New Orleans.
So interesting, you come across like a nice guy, but you're really a piece of shit. Hey, with that comment. Come on. No, that was a piece of fuck you. That was a piece of shit. You know, we're doing live TV. Man, I don't care. What you gonna do about it?
I'll kill this mother. Why do you have to talk like that?
Well, I'm talking to you the way I want to talk to you. You have a problem, turn off your station. I'm the best ever.
What's going on, Coach JT? Welcome to Las Vegas, baby. Is this the first time in Vegas or no?
Nah, this is my second time.
Okay.
Second time in Vegas.
Damn, wait. So have you always used glasses?
I always had glasses, but I wore them for a little bit, and I felt like my eyes had got better, and then my eyes started getting a little worse again. So I started wearing them again.
So you use them nearsighted or farsighted? What you have different? Okay,
Farsighted.
farsighted. Okay, yeah, I just had to start using these damn things. So unfortunately, JT does not have his children with him, who he's training 3 young boys. He's on vacation with the lady, but we can talk about him, man. How long ago did you start training with your sons? When did the journey start?
I would just say it's almost 2 years. 2 years it'll be in November. And I'm proud of what they accomplished. Like the older 2 that can compete. They both won Sugarbird twice. One of them won nationals, Silver Gloves nationals. So I'm kind of impressed. I'm impressed what they accomplished in almost 2 years.
So what made you get them into the sport? Is it your love for the sport, or did they watch you watching boxing on TV and you seen them throwing punches? Like, why boxing?
Well, I always wanted them to defend themselves because I fought a lot coming up. Me and my brother did. Me and J-Mac, we've always fought a lot. And not against each other, I'm talking about fighting in schools and stuff in the streets. But what it was, we was playing football. And, you know, football is a big sport down there in New Orleans. And I kept getting into it with all these dad coaches and all this stuff like that. And I felt like it wasn't organized, and they were not trying to develop the kids. They were only trying to develop their own kids. So I'm like, man, I got tired of this. So I started doing like teaching them boxing for like self-defense and all that, learn how to defend themselves. But they told me straight up that they wanted to box over football. So they picked the sport.
So did you know already about the amateur system? How'd you go about getting involved in it and getting your sons into it? Like, because again, there's fathers out there that want to get into this, but they don't even know the first step. So what was your first step?
I competed in amateurs. Okay. And I did not really know too much about it until I became more of a coach. I started being more invested on the outside than on the inside as a fighter. And I was learning. I didn't even know how to register their books because my coach registered my books and stuff like that. So
how'd you learn? What'd you do? Who'd you ask?
I had to ask around. I registered, like we were staying in New Orleans first when I first started our journey with the boxing, and then we was transitioning into Texas. And I had got their books out there in Texas and stuff like that. I just asked a few coaches around there because we was already sparring and stuff like that. So like I say, just sitting back, learning. I don't know everything. So
I'm still learning stuff as we go as well.
How's this journey been so far? It's been only 2 years. What would you say is the most difficult thing you've gone through in those 24 months?
Probably more patience, because these my kids, and you expect a lot from your kids, and you want them to, you sometimes, like I was talking to one of my barbers, and kids go show you great moments at times, and then they go show you goofy moments, especially in inside the ring and outside the ring. So sometimes that that's one of my pet peeves. It frustrates me because every sparring day not gonna be a good day as well. So I'd be like, you were just doing this, we were just working on this, and then when you get in the ring, you don't make that adjustment to it and stuff like that. So it's just being more patient with them and stuff like that. Knowing that they learning, and if I go back and watch videos from the beginning, we sit back and I show them the video. I'm like, look at this, and then they'll start laughing like, oh, this how I used to look. Like, yeah, now you look a whole lot better. So with time and processing, I see that they're evolving.
So when do you decide what's the next step for them? Or is this, because they're still children, is this just, to keep them off the street, keep them disciplined? Or is your goal to eventually have them turn professional?
My goal is eventually to have them turn professional. When they get older, I still want them to go to college, and then they're gonna be a young pro. Now, if the Olympics, I think they're gonna miss the Olympics because of the age. Because I think you got to be 18. I'm not for certain, but at 18 years old, depending on what nationals they won or got close to winning and stuff like that, I'll turn them professional.
Is there a certain amount of national wins you want to have under their belt before you turn them pro?
Most definitely.
Because I know from being in the industry, I hear the more nationals, the easier it is for you to get a managerial or promotional contract. So the more national wins you have.
Most definitely. And winning nationals at these age groups, it's big, but it's bigger when you get older, like 14, 15, 16. I think that's when they really start paying more attention to you. So that's the ones I really want to, definitely want to win. Come close to winning for sure, because you got better talent, you got kids. That's the kids that's looking like that's gonna be the next generation and future. Because the kids now, you might win and they might drop off to another sport, but we trying to stay consistent, and this is all we do right here.
So obviously, I know, because we know each other, that you've already started traveling for sparring. Why did you think it was so important to leave your state when they're so young? When you could. One would debate that maybe they could be developed locally because they're so young. What was the importance that you found in getting them work outside of their state?
Different styles. Like when we went to Ohio, a lot of them kids box. They in space boxing. And
what do you mean they in space?
Like what I mean, like when we in Texas, you deal with a lot of flat-footed, come forward type style fighters and stuff like that. You have a few slick fighters, but you got a lot of come forward type of style fighters in Texas. But when you're in Ohio, them kids are boxing. So like when we had these amateur tournaments, and one of the fights my son lost in nationals, the second national, we lost to a kid from Ohio, and I felt like he won it, but I see why he lost it, because he did outwork the kid, but I asked one of the judges what happened, and they said they were looking for more effective punching. And the kid did land more effective punches, but I still felt like Jeremiah. I feel like Jeremiah outworked the kid, throwing a lot of shots, staying on him and stuff like that. So most definitely that opened my eyes about, like, okay, I need them to start learning how to box and seeing these different styles more, like from different Philly, Ohio. We haven't touched California yet, and we haven't touched Vegas, but we plan on doing that soon.
So do you plan on being, trainer manager?
Yes, that's my plan.
Have you bought and read Adrian Clark's book about being a manager?
Nah, actually, I haven't. I haven't yet.
Because he's from Texas, and aren't you? You just bought a home in Texas,
just bought
right?
a home.
Congratulations, man.
What part?
Closer to Fort Worth.
Okay.
We closer to Fort Worth than Dallas. You know, Fort Worth is a bigger city down there. It's just as Dallas.
That's good. So if you're by Fort Worth, have you taken the kids to Hector Vasquez Gym where we had Border Wars? Because a lot of pros go there. Virgil trains there.
You talking about Sweat Gym?
Yeah.
They don't have no kids.
No kids?
Man, listen. I've been to most of all the gyms around there. I call for the work. I think a lot of people know us and stuff like that. A few gyms I can't go back to, but
damn, what you mean? They said don't come back.
Yeah, it got to a point like
but because something else, like what you guys had verbal altercation, or the sparring got so bad that they said we don't want your kids to fight to practice here.
Now what happened? Like one time, one gym. I'm just gonna say this. Jeremiah was sparring this kid older than him.
How old is Jeremiah and how many pounds?
He's 10 and he fights at 90 or 95. And he was getting the better of this kid. And so what happened, the kid got mad because of how the pressure, like Jeremiah makes you fight the whole entire time and stuff like that. So the kid got mad and grabbed him and slung him down by his neck and then hit him. I was okay with the turnaround because I feel like he caught him off balance and he need to learn how to shift his balance. But I ain't like when he hit him when he was
on the floor.
On the floor. So I hopped in the ring and stuff like that because I looked at the coach to say something. He didn't say nothing. I gave a quick look and then I hopped in the ring. And then that's when everybody else want to hop in the ring. Bunch of dads. I had my 2 little kids. They was on their iPads sitting down in the. So it's just me and my kids in there. And it got to a point where I was trying to explain to the man, like, hold on, man. Like, you didn't say nothing. This your gym. So I stepped involved. And I felt like we all adults in here. You know, I was going to break them up. So they actually, what Jeremiah did, he got up and he started hitting the kid. While me and the coach was going at it, Jeremiah got up off the ground and started hitting the kid. So they started fighting again. So I backed off and let them squabble it out. And then that's when another kid came from the outside kid from the outside came in and he tried to jump in.
What?
So, yeah, it got personal in there. It got very personal in there. So like he was like, man, you know what? Y'all just don't come back. But I felt like they were so losers because at the end of the day, I'm like, I told the coach, I sent him a long text message. I tried to show you in videos because you kept saying my son was headbutting him, but they both were southpaws, and he's a come forward type fighter and stuff. Your son, if your fighter is leaning his head and my son leaning their head, they're gonna touch heads. Like, come on, man. Like, and I kept trying to show him on the video, but he didn't want to watch the video, so I could just tell he was just getting in his feelings, taking it personal.
Yo, that happened to us kind of yesterday. Totally different scenario, but the car wash guy.
Oh, wow. Chill, don't say that.
All right.
All right. He not random. If it was random, he definitely not random. You know what I'm saying? So, but we are talking Tank versus Haney, man. I know we were talking your sons. I do want to transition. Everybody knows you for being a long-time caller. You seen what Haney did, and you're a trainer, man. What was the good? What was the bad, if any?
I heard your conversation with Haney yesterday, Ness, and somebody said about a second gear. I feel like he didn't go into his second gear. He kept it.
He said he didn't either.
Yeah, I heard what he said, and I understand what he mean by that because I wanted to see him go into second gear with throwing more combinations, but he kept it simple, kept a jab at him, kept feinting. Kept him off his trail. I would say, like, when you do different stuff in there, what a lot of fighters don't do at that level, what Devin Haney is doing, when you do different stuff like that, it keeps the rhythm off the fight. If you understand what I'm saying, and I wanted to see Devin Haney start like picking them apart more, like how Shakur Stevenson start doing when he get your time and get your rhythm, he just start picking you apart and stuff like that. But I didn't see that. I seen he kept it basic. I know his coaches and them was hollering, throw the two hand. I heard that when I was watching the fight.
What is a two hand?
His backhand. You know, you sometimes when you had skill as Devin Haney and you could set off timing, you could lead with your backhand as a jab, and it start throwing the time off even more on the fighter.
So you wanted to see more right hands. You wanted to see that second gear. But being a coach, did you understand what he said? Like, it was so easy, and I didn't want to risk it being, because he said, like, look, I did that in the Linares fight, and that's all y'all remember is that I got clipped. Y'all don't remember I was beating the shit out of him.
Well, I'm gonna tell you. I felt like one of my sons lost a fight because we were in Texas. It was a Latino fighter, and I felt like around the table it was Mexican judges, and I feel like he won the fight clearly because he outboxed the kid, being simple, and it was easy. But they gave it to the other kid because the other kid was throwing a lot of punches.
Mm-hmm.
So I looked at Devin Haney's situation. He's not in the U.S. He was on this other guy's turf, and I felt like it could have been a closer fight if he ain't separated. Even though he was winning it, but some judges might score something different.
Yeah,
well, they
but
scored at
JT
8-4.
It's different. It's different.
2 judges scored at 116, 112.
And it's also different in the amateurs and the pro because, bro, you get to not necessarily handpick your judges, but they give you a selection to pick from.
And you can say, I don't want that guy.
So it's
because
like,
actually there was a judge that was selected
there was 2 judges
that were selected that just judged George's last fight. So it's we don't want that
one
guy.
of them had judged his last fight and the other one had judged like 2 fights ago.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? But it's like they said no. So then
they had to get
those
another
judges
one.
were, removed. So I think it's
kind of like jury selection. If you guys don't both agree, that guy can't fight,
So basically what
work.
y'all saying is like, and I know you can't pick your judges in the amateurs, but in the pros you could pick a certain judge that look for a certain style, but you got to know these judges, right?
It's got to be a pool. So if you fighting for IBF, you pick from the IBF commission judges, and then we got to approve as fighters or teams. Like he got to be like cool with Austin, and if I'm not, I got to give my reasons why. They'll take him off and give us a replacement. And then we both got to be cool again with that judge. So yeah, it is. You do select, but we got a $2 super chat from Omar, the great one in the UK, that says JT has the greatest intro in TBV history. Play it for me one time. I thought we just did that.
So interesting that you come across like a nice guy, but you're really a piece of shit. Hey, come on. No, that was a piece of fuck you. That was a piece of shit. We're doing live TV. Man, I don't care. What you gonna do about it?
I'll kill this mother.
Why do you have to talk like that?
Well, I'm talking to you the way I want to talk to you. You have a problem? Turn off your station. I'm the best ever.
And we did put out a post for you on Patreon. So looks like I got who is up first? Ruin 504 says, why is boxing not bigger in our hometown of New Orleans?
I think they do it backwards. They me personally, like at the Sugarbird, we just fought a kid from New Orleans and we beat him. I just think they focus on their pros more than they focus on the younger kids. And football is bigger and basketball is bigger down there than them sports from what I've seen. That's why another transition to Texas was a little more easier because I know we was going to get better work out there. Like when we went to Houston, we was gym hopping every other day out there getting solid work from kids. And I felt like Texas was a little more passionate with their boxing. New Orleans is not.
What you mean passionate?
Like they
invested?
More invested. Like, like if they invested in like with baseball, football, basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like New Orleans was never like that. They invest more in the basketball and football.
I got Rod in the 870 says, showing love to JT. Good luck with your boys. 100 emoji. Flexing emoji.
I appreciate it.
R. Jonesy says we keep missing his super chat. Let's see. He said we missed one from yesterday. So we're going to scroll.
I was going to say, I ain't seen none.
No, he sent one today saying we missed it from yesterday, but I don't see yesterday's yet. R. Jonesy yesterday said, glad he was late because I guess he missed the word. Glad he was late because now, no. Glad he was late, so was I. Oh, all right, I'm reading it wrong. Glad he was late, so was I. Laugh aloud. Now I don't miss none. Shout out to TBB for getting one of my favorite fighters on. Can't wait for that glove raffle. Missed out on the EJ one. Won't miss out on this one. There is none. Devin said, no, sir. You get no autograph. He said he doesn't sign autographs. So that was the only one it seems like we missed. But R. Jonesy did send another one today, basically reminding us that we missed his yesterday. What's your thoughts on Gary Antoine Russell having to fight Rances Bartholomew?
That's the one that fought Boots in his.
Yep.
Boots. Okay.
That's the one that allegedly has a win over Boots in the amateurs.
He got a few wins over Boots. But I gotta watch. I haven't watched that guy fight. I think I was seen him fight one time. And Bartholomew is who did he fight? Big.
He beat Argenis Mendez. He was a one-time champ, right at 30, Danny?
Didn't he? Who he lost to? He lost to a big name too.
He did lose to someone.
I know he had
Robert
a draw.
Easter.
He had
Robert
a draw. It
with
was
Easter?
a draw, yeah.
I'll pull him up.
I think I saw that fight. Who you talking about? I mean, but based off of knowing both of those guys, I give it to Russell. But I wanted to talk more back about Gervonta Davis and Devin Haney. That's a 50-50 fight, man. Because
even after you seen Devin put on a masterclass,
man, Tank ain't gonna be sitting there doing that with Kambosos.
I mean, let's be real though. Rolly made it to round 6 with a basic jab.
Rolly is a bigger man though, and he was trying to oppose his will over Tank. And
All
Tank
right.
set him up. But
basic jab. It wasn't Devin's jab.
No, but see, the thing about them, they both got that. They both got this boxing like is different, like that elite boxing style. Like Tank could set you up, and Devin Haney. You think Devin Haney ain't going this second gear against this guy? He goes probably stay in the first gear a lot against Gervonta because Gervonta is slick and he respond back quick. He could respond very back quick. Then he's southpaw, and I think
but it's gonna be up to Tank to come forward like it was up to Kambosos. Haney gonna be putting that jab out there. Now it's up to Tank to either slip and sell out for like some sort of uppercut or like you got to get past that jab.
But another thing also, I feel like if Tank don't respect Devin Haney power, he might take something. He might get caught with it. He might try to slip it.
He respected Leo's power. He respected Leo's power.
No, he didn't. He kept going forward on Leo. He walking Leo down
on a high guard. If you do that to Haney, what he gonna do? Knock, knock, body shot.
Okay.
Knock, knock, loop it around the top.
And we know that as a slick fighter, if you get in a high guard, like you're supposed to defect that high guard. And I think if Gervonta Davis get in a high guard, it's gonna only be for a split second to set something else up.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Now you in there with the athleticism of Haney. So when you come out this peekaboo to come with a big ass left, well, he's a righty, big ass right hook. Haney gonna see that shit slip. Remember what he was doing with Kambosos? We just talked to him. He was already, he gonna watch tape. He already was anticipating. So he would jab and already move. Kambosos ain't had to do nothing. He like,
all right, but see,
every time.
See, if we talk about, we're not talking about Kambosos and Tank. Think about Tank high guard. He know how to work the high guard. He's not gonna come out like this and open up. He's gonna catch something first and then return something like that. Or he might catch it with the same hand and then return the same
even
hand.
worse, because that means he gonna parry Devin's knock jab that he did on Leo on Joseph Diaz and Linares. He just knocks on your dumb ass high guard like hello, boom, loop you right around either to the body. Only thing I don't like is that he pulled out a lot because he relies on them fucking reflexes. You know what I'm saying? That's how Linares clipped him. But he didn't do that this fight.
This could be a good fight. And I'm telling you, like, you got to give Tank a good, it's a 50-50 fight. They both can box. I can't sit there and say Devin Haney is a better boxer than Tank. I see both of them have that slick style. But
I tell you this.
Power.
I ain't see Tank and his team offer up no sparring footage. I ain't see Tank and his team say fucking Bill Lyon.
Well, from me watching different videos, I heard Tank hurt him every time they sparred.
Where that's at?
I don't know.
Cause I mean, don't Devin and Bill talk cash shit? So if you had some shit hurting me and I'm the talkingest motherfucker, wouldn't you put it out?
Yeah, but
I mean, cause I damn sure seen Rolly put out him beating up Ryan.
Yeah, but
that's why Ryan bet 20,000.
Like I'm gonna tell you right now, Rolly would have gave Devin Haney trouble. If Devin Haney would have beat him, he would have gave him trouble like that because how he fights. He's a strong. He's a strong man. I'm coming. I'm coming. He throw a lot of power shots that you have to respect. So even though we looked at it, yes, Gervonta was the smaller man in there, but he was sitting back to catch him like he did. He was sitting back to catch him. He was comfortable the whole time. I disagree with it.
But that's what I'm saying. You can't. That ain't the game plan for Devin Haney. You gave up 6 rounds, damn near.
He not gonna give up 6 rounds against him. I think he's.
And that's what I'm saying. He tried to do that shit with Haney. He lost.
He's not gonna respect Devin Haney like that because he's a boxer, and I don't think he's gonna respect Devin Haney power. So he's gonna get the green light a lot against Devin Haney.
I got Bougie from Broward that says, "What's good, TBV fan? What style you teaching your sons right now that are competing, pro or amateur?" So are you teaching them a pro style or amateur style or a mixture of both?
It's a mixture of both because, like, in a pro style, it's hard to win a fight. You gotta it's points. You gotta score. I mean, don't get me wrong. You gotta have a hard jab, but sometimes you gotta just touch them. As long as you touch them, it's supposed to be scoring. So I'm teaching them a pro style that conversing is an amateur right now, but then we could convert it back to a pro when we turn professionally. Also, I'm teaching them how to fight on the inside, outside, mid-range, high guard, low guard, and I'm teaching them they're very fundamentally. First, they both started with in a high guard, basics, hands up and stuff like that. Now they starting to drop their hands and they getting to understand how to move their head when their hands are dropped.
David did super good. But I have to tell you this right here. He did super good. But guess what I did?
You matched someone against him?
Huh?
Did you put one of your fighters against
Devin
him?
Haney? Yes, I did.
Who'd you put, Devin Haney?
You better believe it.
How did that go?
How did it go? Man, that don't even ask the question. It ain't even worth asking because it was a one-way deal. It only one man controlled it. And that was Devin Haney. Huh.
Told you.
No.
Boxer always beat the puncher, man.
That's not, but look, we could ask Tank coach the same thing, and he's gonna give you a different point of view.
I don't know. Calvin seemed like a straight shooter.
He is a straight shooter, but he's not gonna be biased. And I think Floyd Mayweather Sr. was kind of overreacting on that. I think it was some good sparring. They both got touched. And when you say hurt, you get good shots, you get good body shots in there, and that happens and stuff like that. But I actually believe Tank probably hurt.
Well, he ain't say hurt. He said it was a one-way beating.
No, I don't believe that. I don't.
Bruh, boxer is the matador.
I don't believe it. They're both boxers. They just come at
So
it
they say.
way.
So they say. We ain't really seen Tank had to box to the Cruz fight, and that was, that was not the Devin Haney type of box. That was more like him showing you he could pivot. You know what I'm saying? He could parry.
All right, let me ask you this. You feel like Devin Haney could have did more against Kambosos? Opened up a little more?
Yeah.
How you think he gonna do against Tank? Somebody a little slicker that comes to different angles, different ways.
Yeah, no, listen, we might be seeing like I said, the birth of Devin Money, which is I'm going to outbox you like Floyd. That's okay. It's Tank who's Maidana, not Devin. No one will ever confuse Devin for the puncher. He's supposed to box.
Right.
He's Sweet Pea.
But see, the thing about Tank, I wouldn't even compare him to Maidana. He's a puncher, but I'm telling you.
No, he's way more skilled than Maidana. I'm not trying to disrespect Tank at all.
That's what I'm saying, though. I think Tank would not open up against a Tank. I'm sorry. I don't think Devin would open up. It would take a few rounds. Tank get tired if he touching him to the body effectively enough and stuff like that. That might throw a little his time off, his reflex. But Devin got to do that, and he got to commit as well. Because I think they both going to be worried about the counter.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think Devin never need to open up. As we seen, he ain't open up really in the George fight. Like,
I think
he got a jab, move, pivot, jab, hold. Tank's small as hell when it come to clinching.
This fight, like we saw what Rolly did. Rolly was pushing Tank back, and I say Rolly was going to push Tank back on the back foot. A lot of people say, nah, Tank will walk him down. I know Rolly was going to push him back off the sides and stuff like that. But see, Devin and Tank, Devin might be the bigger guy, but I guarantee you going to see Tank going forward more and against Devin Haney.
Not until after the fourth. Not until after the fourth.
They gonna be.
He
doing
gonna
a
have
lot
to
of
deal
pop
with
shots.
that timing,
They both
he gonna
have to deal with it.
He gonna have to figure out that speed, that footwork. Devin will be from the beginning. As soon as the bell ring, Devin will be the boxer in that fight. It's gonna be on Tank to find Devin. Because again, like you said, I believe you. He gonna respect Tank power. That's why he gonna do what he did to George to the 10th power. He ain't gonna have his. He probably ain't gonna do none of this.
But the style,
he ain't gonna do none of that hands down shit that he did on George with Tank. I don't think.
I agree. I absolutely agree. That's
I
what I'm
hope
saying.
not. I hope he don't.
So the question is, when we gonna see that second gear against Tank? Because we're not gonna see it. Because I think
you mean when we gonna see the second gear in Haney? That's when someone pushes him. When someone makes him, I guess, have to come. Like, he gonna do what he did in the Bosos fight until Tank puts him down, and he gotta get out of a hole. So now he gotta use the right hand.
And it's similar.
But if you ain't put me down, how you gotta use this motherfucker?
It's similar to what Calvin Ford has always said. You know, we haven't had to show the boxing skills. You know, we haven't had to use all of our tools. So
I don't know. Even though I love that Tank versus Cruz fight because he showed boxing skills, pivoting skills, like he showed he's more than just a puncher. It also showed that there's some holes there that could be capitalized on.
This what I saw. You talking about Santa Cruz fight when he dropped him. The thing about that fight, I think Tank didn't respect his power. He was getting touched a lot, but he was still walking him down in a high guard. And normally when you do that, you don't respect nobody. You don't respect his power. Because, when I catch you, I'm going to catch you.
But that's what Devin said yesterday. He said, people talk about him not having power, but they respect him because if they did, they'd walk him down. And Kambosos wasn't trying to walk Devin down. He was inching forward, but he wasn't trying to walk him down like Tank be parrying your shit and now I'm in your house. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. We'll see is he going to do that when Devin smack him with that left hook.
I think he going to do it different. He going to show different
We'll
looks,
see.
though. He gonna show
We'll
different
see.
looks.
I just think it's going to be a greater fight than people think. People think obviously Tank is the puncher. It's going to be easy, but it's boxing history tells us like the boxer usually beats the puncher. Look at what Tyson did to Wilder.
It's a 50-50 fight to me.
We'll see.
Both fighters can win. I can see how both fighters can win. I agree with you. Devin Haney can box. Tank can box. He could punch, though. He just bringing a little more holes. He got more to his game, though. Honestly, I think he can bring more out than Devin Haney.
I just feel like even Gamboa was like 30 plus. I ain't even going 30 plus and made it to 11th with a busted Achilles heel. That ain't the athleticism and youth of Haney. Okay. Don't make the youthful pivots of Haney. Haney pivoting with more energy than a fucking old ass Gamboa.
I'm not mistaken. Didn't Devin Haney fight Gamboa too?
Yeah.
Did he stop him?
He didn't get touched by him. That's what I'm saying. See, I'm not claiming Devin to be a puncher. I'm claiming he the boxer. The puncher got to stop him.
Okay, look, not to make excuses for Tank, but I think he had a problem in the weight camp, and he probably was drained before that fight. And
how was he drained when he was moving up in weight for that fight?
Yeah, he went from up. 30 to 35.
All right, we're not talking. He moved up, but let's talk about the way he probably came down from.
What you mean? He started at 26.
No, the walk.
Yeah, but that's look. If you ain't disciplined, Haney training.
That's what I'm saying though. So when we saw that fight when he fought Gamboa, it took him a long time to get to Gamboa, but I mean he eventually got to Gamboa. Devin Haney went 12
but that's what
rounds.
I'm saying. Behold, he eventually got to Gamboa, who wasn't the Gamboa that fought Crawford.
I agree.
So when he eventually or allegedly gets to Haney won't be there because he ain't got the old ass reflexes of Gamboa.
So I'm saying
he too young, too fast.
So you saying the Devin Haney and Gamboa fight was better than the Tank and Gamboa fight?
For Devin, it was. Devin ain't have the issues of Tank. Like, whether you think Tank had no issues or not, Devin basically pitched the shutout. Just like he pitched the shutout with Kambosos, just like he pitched the shutout with Joseph Diaz. Those are shutouts to me. You only win 2-3 rounds, dog. You ain't close.
I agree with you
These
on
championship
that,
fights, there's 12 rounds. You got to win even 8-4. Like, Floyd notoriously would win fights 8-4 because he would give those first four, not completely away, but, figuring you out.
But we all know that was after he fought Tank Davis as well. So that made him another older fighter in the ring.
Okay.
So I mean, it was good fights for both of their careers, but we both know that wasn't the same. But Gamboa that fought Bud Crawford, because that Gamboa would have been a different fight for I think both of those fighters. And Gamboa would have been a puncher against Devin Haney.
Would you say Tank lunges in?
He lunches in sometimes.
And what is the kryptonite for a dude that's jumping in?
Hey, when he
tell him, coach,
you gonna get caught with something.
But what is easier to catch that person with?
Uppercut.
Oh, I would say a jab. Especially, I would say a jab.
A step back, uppercut, hook. Like you say, step back or jab.
Yeah,
I mean,
would jab his ass. Catch him right there, Pez head. As soon as you try and jump in, all on your face, busted nose.
He do it different though, man. Like I'm telling you, when that fight happened,
I'm not trying to downplay Tank. It's not even Tank Devin. It's boxer versus puncher. That's how I look at it. Until Tank shows me that he could box,
I think it's boxer puncher versus boxer. That's what I think.
And again, you're not the first person to say that. Everyone says Tank has phenomenal boxing skills, but we haven't seen him put them truly on display. I haven't seen the jab, which is the first tool of boxing.
I agree.
Maybe he has phenomenal reflexes. Maybe he has phenomenal punching power. Maybe he has phenomenal explosiveness. Is he really a boxer without a jab?
Yeah, because a lot of fighters, what I noticed, a lot of top fighters don't have a jab. I'm not gonna say no names, but they get away with the feinting, doing the extra stuff. Because if you're not feinting, you're supposed to be jabbing, or vice versa and stuff like that. And that's what I tell my kids: if you're not jabbing, you feinting to set something up. And that's what I think Tank do well. Like he feints, he shows like he's about to do something, and then he come in and catch you. So that's why he probably get away with not having a jab effective. Because Tank he's sharp, but he fights on the outside good. In his
I just
distance.
don't think that parrying shit gonna work with that. Like with a dude with a jab, you ain't gonna be able to just walk in pity pat and thinking you gonna parry.
Show that though, Ness.
Like he ain't gonna parry every Devin Haney jab and walk in. That ain't happening.
Listen, he gotta show that look though. That's just like trying to get more stuff to see what can I open up on you. He gonna show that look to see, because normally, like I know for a fact, his dad, Devin Haney, teaching him in the high guard. If somebody in the high guard, you better get him out of it, because you closing the distance on your hands is here, so you closing the distance. So Devin Haney could step up a little bit, cheat up a little bit. He could cheat up a little bit, and he's gonna try to get him out that high guard. But I think Tank,
you know what I think he gonna do? Once Tank get in that high guard, I'm gonna knock, hello. 2 double jabs quickly from Haney.
Yeah,
bam, bam.
From the outside. Yeah. And then if he's brave,
and that's gonna force Tank to keep his hands up more. Until he gets the timing, I think.
But see, Tank got that high guard where he know how to pull back. Some guys fighting a high guard, all they know how to do is go forward or side to side. But Tank know how to pull back. Like how Floyd used to do. Floyd used to get in the high guard and pull back and come back and counter you.
Actually, I got your brother counter punching in. What up? J Mac.
Hello?
We hear you.
Mac? Yeah, what up, JT? What up, Ness?
What up?
Danny?
What up?
Hey, shout out to my brother and my nephews, but I'm tired of hearing the bullshit on the show. Devin Haney will one side the fuck out Tank. It ain't close. It's not a close fight. The things that Tank does, Devin would expose. Devin is a bigger man. We saw what he does with Rolly. No, Devin don't have the power like Rolly, but he's the bigger man. So that means Tank will back up if Devin did press him. But Devin ain't going to press him in the way Rolly did, to where he put himself in advantage to be countered. He's going to press him with a jab and keep him at the end of his range, which we seen that Devin did do in his undisputed fight, and what I'm sure he can do against a smaller man than Tank. As Gary, I don't believe Tank is this boxer. The last fighter I believe that without showing me was Adrian Broner. And as soon as I saw him fight Marcus Madonna when he needed a box, he didn't have it. It was just all talking. Tank showed us what he can do. He's explosive. He's athletic. He's powerful. But boxing, he can outbox the guys that he's been in the ring with, but he won't be the superior boxer against Devin Haney. I think Devin Haney, like y'all played the Floyd clip, Floyd Clip said what it was. I believe that's the reason why they don't have the energy to put Tank in the ring with a Devin Haney, because Devin Haney has worked on. I seen his Mikey Bay interview surface where he was saying certain names on guys like Ryan Tank, Teofimo. The reason why they don't want to fight these guys because Devin has a history with those guys. Devin been in the ring with them. Devin has fought them multiple times, and it's not close. And Devin got his number. So I put two and two together and added up. I don't think the fight is as close as possible. I think Floyd has held Tank hand because he knows Tank has some attributes that he could get off against certain fighters. He could come forward against certain fighters, but he can't come forward against every fighter. So if he can't come forward against the guy with the longer jab that moves and on his toes and counter punches and box all night, and he can't outbox him going backwards, how is he going to win the fight? This setup and this big shot that he will
They in love with the power, man. That's all. They banking on power.
And I don't even think he'll be able to get that off on Devin. I think Devin is too long. Devin fights too disciplined. And yes, he stayed one speed. I agree with my brother when he said he never went to that second gear, but he didn't have to. And as he get older and as he go along for entertainment basis, I think he'll get more comfortable. He'll get more sharper. He'll get better balance. He'll get better rhythm. And he'll know when to step on the gas. But he didn't need to. He was young, getting an undisputed run. And I don't think Tank beat a Devin. I don't think Tank beats a Shakur. I think Shakur and Devin are two well-rounded boxers, and Tank is too small to land that big punch. That explosiveness that he depends on, he can't explode on them dudes. Them dudes gonna step back and reset him. He can only explode on flat-footed fighters that stand in front of him. He don't pivot. He don't move his head
Well,
that much.
he pivoted
He
in
fights
that.
out of-
He pivoted in that
listen.
Isaac Cruz fight like a motherfucker.
He pivoted in the Isaac Cruz against a guy that was coming forward. And that's when you're doing certain things in the ring with a fighter that you're more superior than, yes, you pull that shit off. But when you're in there with a guy that's just as athletic or in box, you're not going to be pivoting. Would he go pivot forward?
No, and
against a guy that's
I agree.
Step back and jab him?
I agree with you there that I think people are they only seen the jab in this fight, and I think they're overlooking the athleticism he showed us. He showed us superior athleticism in that fight. He would duck after every jab and miss, like make Kambosos miss all them hooks. He only got hit with a hook in the 6th round. It finally happened after 6 rounds of boxing. He finally seen, oh damn, Devin keeps leaning to the right after every jab. Finally landed one hook. Like, I think his athleticism is crazy. He was behind George. How many times did he end up behind George? Go under the underarm, and he'd be behind George hugging him like, what up, champ?
He was playing the weak side.
Yeah, exactly what he said.
And that's another thing I've seen that Devin and he understand the weak side of the fighter. If Kambosos was a right hand fighter, it would be his left side. So what he'd do, he would take this side
away from him,
and he's really working this side. He's working both sides where he could hit him with the left or his right hand, but really this hand won't be effective. Now, Kambosos got to step over to take that away from him.
Kambosos
got to
or
take
Sos. Is it Sos? Kambosos?
Yeah.
But this I agree. My brother, this is what he don't realize. When he say Devin, I don't see with Devin Haney walking down. Devin Haney he stays in the middle of the ring and he wants to box. He wants to box you.
But he walked down Linares.
But he's not gonna walk down Tank. I don't see. He's not gonna walk down.
We
Tank.
don't know.
I don't think. Listen,
you see something, you see something. You start.
Tank is gonna use more
straight right.
Tank goes go backwards when he want to go backwards, and he's gonna go forward when he want to go forward. I think he gonna be setting up traps for Devin Haney, and that Devin Haney gonna have to respect. So it's a good fight. I still want to see it though, but I favor Tank Davis to win the fight.
Let me get to some of these calls for these phone lines closed. Al in the Bay, what up?
Yo, what's up? Shout out to all y'all in the building. I think Devin Haney and Gervonta Davis, I think they should fight. I listened to little Devin Haney a little bit. He was saying, eventually he's going to move up. So I think if Kambosos decide not to get that rematch, I think Devin Haney Tank should be his last fight at 135. If possible, he can bring it to the Bay. If not, then it's cool, I ain't gonna lie. I drop a band just to go see Devin Haney in the Bay Area, and I haven't dropped a band for nothing. So that would be an exciting fight. I think it would sell out. Yeah.
All right, champ. Thanks for calling in. He said, and I ain't drop a ban on nothing. I hear you, man. Fuck, $1,000.
So he got Devin Haney winning then.
Sound like it. He definitely from the Bay and wants to fight in the Bay. I would assume he don't want Devin to go out there to lose. So yeah. I'm gonna slide in one question for you and then get back to another caller. Be patient with us. We got Israel. Nope. We got Big Fish Vega that says Big Fish Mafia in the building. Can you explain why Errol Spence is one of the best fighters in the world and stuff like that?
Yeah, they said that you gonna get and that they gonna get and stuff like that shirts made for you.
Okay. Oh, I guess that's what I'm saying. Oh,
yeah, because they say I guess that's one of your phrases.
Okay. Shout out to Big Fish Vega. Errol Spence is very fundamentally sound. He don't do all the things like the Devin Haney's or even Terrence Crawford, Gervonta Davis do. But he's fundamentally sound. He's always busy, always working in the ring, and he's always in a position to punch back. I know a lot of fighters. A lot of callers call in and say Devin Errol don't move his head as much, but I like how Errol fights because he's blocking out the high guard, the parry, and he's returning shots, and then he has an effective jab. It's not one of the fastest jabs, but he know how to throw his jab. He know how I would say good timing, good rhythm on his jab. And like I said, I think that's what's gonna beat Bud Crawford because Bud gonna try to set his traps against Errol. Errol go try him and Derek gonna set up some traps against Bud, and I think that's what he's gonna get Bud into a fight. And Bud likes to fight, and I think that's what's gonna eventually happen. Bud go get clipped.
J Mac Boomerang.
Oh Lord. I know how he coming.
I don't even need my intro. I'm gonna run both of my boomerangs back to back. Hey, that's what I love about my brother. We got two different we got similar mentalities when it comes to how we deal with things and address things in life, but when it comes down to this boxing, we see things completely fucking different. All that he said about Errol, that's good for everybody Errol done fought. When he stepped in the ring with Terrence Crawford, some of the things you just said about Devin and Tank Ness, let's look at Errol's balance. If you go back and look at Exhibit A, watch him against the Ugas fight. Ugas was a guy that stood in front of him. He was a counter puncher, flat-footed, didn't throw much punches. Errol was leaning forward to work on him and put the work on him. Errol is best when he's a volume puncher and what have you. I haven't seen Errol outbox anybody except Mike Garcia. It's a smaller man, and when you're a superior fighter, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do in there against a guy that can't touch you. Bud is different. And like the guy you had on here earlier, the 6'2", 147-pounder you had on here, he said Bud is a smart fighter. He thinks and he understands what he's doing. He doesn't do the same thing over and over. You heard him say he's banking on Bud to be set up into a fight. Let's just say Bud does decide to go fight. Let's also decide when he does. Let's also point out when he decides to pick the fight. Normally it ends up in him stopping the opponent. So whether Errol or when he makes him commit to a fight, that's when Bud gonna know what he want and he gonna work on Errol and get Errol out of there. The reason why Bud knock out guys is the way he places his punches and he set up his shots. A lot of time you don't see the big punch coming. That's the difference from punching power and effective punching. A lot of guys are in love with punching power, punching power. If you don't have one punch power, you need to become an effective puncher with your punching power. That means you got to be slick, quick, and you got to know how to have the timing for it and change of speed so you can place the punch precisely. And that's how you build up your knockouts. That's how you get hit. I don't care about what nobody said when it comes down to Devin or Bud. Errol ain't walking through Bud shots, and we know that. And Tank damn sure ain't walking through Devin shots. Nobody walks through shots that you can't see. I don't give a shit who you are. When y'all say why the guy ain't walking down, why the guy walking down, because is he being countered? Is this hard to get to? Nobody just walked through those punches. That's why Kambosos didn't, and Tank damn sure won't. I got Bud knocking Errol out. I got Devin beating the shit out of Tank Davis in a 12-round decision.
All righty then. Looks like we have... that's not Control. This is... I don't know. Got to look it up. It's definitely Phoenix.
Danny, who you got winning out of Danny? Devin and Tank.
I think it's a close fight. I just, kind of what Ness said, I don't even think it's as much of a Devin and Tank thing as it is a boxer puncher thing. You get what I'm saying? Like, to me, I just hold so much value in that jab. And, Ness says it all the time. I said it earlier today and I'll say it again. All phrases in life are true. He says that. And, I'm a firm believer. Jab will take you around the world.
Devin proved that. Floyd, great jab. Sweet Pea, Oscar, anybody that's been a great had a great jab. George Foreman, one of the best jabs. Ali, amazing jab. Like, you need a fucking jab, in my opinion.
Thing about Floyd, he didn't always win with his jab though. He win with a right hand.
But that one too.
Yeah, that one
he would
too.
pop. Don't get me wrong.
Too.
You absolutely right. He would lead like you talked about earlier with the two, because he was good enough to just come straight off that back foot with his two. But he would set your ass up with that jab.
I'm glad y'all bring up this jab thing. Okay.
What happened?
And y'all both said that. But when we talk about fighters like that, and you say y'all believe in the jab, I mean, we talk about Canelo. Canelo doesn't have that jab.
Mm-hmm. And that's why he lost. He relies on his, like Tank, athleticism, explosiveness, and power. So he thought pull back, counter you was going to be the key. It didn't work with the bigger man. Devin is the bigger man.
Okay.
Tank started at 126.
Okay. Well, we can't compare Tank's ability and Canelo ability because Canelo is more flat-footed up here. Tank got athleticism. He pulled back, but he know how to fight backwards. He know how to fight side to side. So they have similarities with the mid-range up here. I might even favor Canelo better than Tank because that's really all he has. He doesn't have a jab. But I don't really want to get into that, but I know y'all said something about a jab. And one of y'all favorite fighters doesn't have a jab.
But he uses it. He may not it may not be like
he uses
the
it as a
tool that he
power
goes
jab.
to, but
he don't set it up like you say, like Floyd and them, they know how to set up a jab. They got a power jab.
Like I'm gonna put it to you like this, and obviously he was at a different point in his career, but like when Floyd fought Canelo, I picked Floyd. And
me too.
Bro, my family tried to shit on me. I'm like, bro, he is the better fighter. And it was the boxing skill, the ability. I'm like, yo, you can't hurt a guy. You can't win rounds on a guy when you can't touch him.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Let me get to some callers before the Block Talk closes on it. Checkmate Boxing Phoenix.
Checkmate
Boxing in Phoenix. Blog Talk going once. There you go. What up?
Yeah.
What up?
Oh yeah. Like I said, hey, happy belated birthday, my brother.
Thank you.
First time calling into the new studio, and I love, man, you're very interactive, and I love the way you and Danny doing. It's excellent. I love it, man. Keep up the good work. But I had to call in on this Tank thing.
Let's go.
Okay. Now, first of all, you say Tanks get hit and Devin don't get hit, but the person who landed the most ever on Tank was Cruz, and that was 121 punches. The person who landed the most on Haney was Kambosos. Diaz. Diaz. He landed 140 punches on him. You know what I'm saying? So, and even with Gamboa only landed 78 punches on Tank, and he threw 617. Gamboa landed 84 on Haney, and he only threw 472. So a lot of people really overlook Tank's boxing ability. Even if you go
replay that stat. Replay that stat. You said he threw almost 300 more punches versus Tank. I wonder why he threw. I wonder why he threw 300 less versus Haney. Go ahead, tell me.
Well, Well, guess what? Do y'all say he has?
Because Haney ain't the one with power, JT. Haney ain't the one with power. So why they throwing more punches at the dude with power? When now that means I'm opened up for a counter because I'm throwing all these fucking punches.
The fight styles was different though.
Now I know what's different. That fucking jab stops you from throwing.
But he landed more on Haney than he did Tank. Gamboa landed less punches on Tank than he did Haney and Bud.
Mm-hmm.
You guys don't. Nobody looks at Gamboa.
You know why nobody don't look at that? Because don't nobody care about punch stats. Punch stats tried to lie and tell us that fight with George was close. I can't rely on some dude sitting on one side of the ring. Okay, there's 4 sides of this table. How the fuck I'ma see what's happening over there with a clicker in my thing?
And they're not even. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something.
My thumb. What if my thumb gets a cramp in the middle of the 6th round? Click, click, click. That ain't real. No, you want to hear that shit about punch stats?
Let me tell you something. It ain't like the judges who sit like up against the apron. They're probably 15, 20 feet back in the media section where we sit at.
Exactly.
I see them put in the CompuBox.
CompuBox is a separate company. They ain't even part of the fucking commission.
Okay, I get that.
So all I'm saying with that is that those numbers ain't. You can't live and die by them numbers, man. Can't live and die by that.
Leo Santa Cruz, the number one puncher thrower, number one.
If you don't get that little ass 112 pound out of here, man, like Rolly said, man, Devin's leg bigger than motherfucking. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. I hear you. Go ahead.
5'7.5". Tank is 5'5". You guys underestimate the degree of difficulty. And the fact of the matter is, Leo Santa Cruz only landed 97 punches on Tank when Leo is consistently landing 250, 300 punches on every fight. Okay, Tank handled that and he boxed and he showed you what he can do. But like the brother said, Tank knew he could take the punches, so you're going to take some to get some. You know what I'm saying? So Tank's boxing ability is so supreme that you guys overlook it. I don't get it. And even Barrios was the biggest, stronger 5'10" guy against a 5'5" Tank. Tank waited until the moment that he decided to walk him down, and that's when he executed his demolition. Rolly only landed 22 punches. Everybody, Rolly did great. Tank,
chill, man. You coming over here with this numbers game like I give a fuck that little ass Leo started at 112, landed 98 punches. Let me tell you, 98 Devin Haney punches on Tank face gonna be a totally different fucking fight. That's what you don't get. You coming on here with your CompuBox and your numbers and your 100 this and 90 that. None of that shit matter because those is little dudes. They not a natural 135 pounder that started there, that Samson Lewickovic got 3 years saying Devin busting out the seams and he ain't gonna make weight. But you talking about a dude that started at 112, 115, touching Tank? Let him get hit by Devin and see if it's not a different story. And I'm not saying he gonna knock Tank out, he gonna hurt Tank. I'm just saying Devin is naturally stronger than little ass Leo Santa Cruz.
And also, what you got to realize with Santa Cruz, he's not a puncher. He's a
volume
puncher, and he always throw a lot of punches in his fight. They might not be hard, but the thing about this is what I agree with that caller. I think Tank is gonna make Devin fight more, cause like you say, yeah, he dictating the fight with a jab and stuff like that. I don't know who really is gonna be dictating that fight, cause it could be Tank on how he's setting stuff up, or it could be Devin. And I don't see Tank just letting Devin control it with a jab. He's going to have to put something behind that jab.
No, but that's what I'm saying. That's why the pace will be dictated by Devin, because he's going to do what boxers do, is come out with the jab. Now it's Tank's job to get around it. He got to sell out.
Okay, and then when Devin Haney come out establishing the jab, that, you know what Tank and his trainer, they already know, go close that jab off.
Mm-hmm.
Take that jab away from him. And that's what Tank will do. If he stay on the outside, that's easier fight for Devin to score. I'm going to throw a jab, keep letting you set something up. You keep trying to come forward, I'm going to keep that jab at you.
Mm-hmm.
But Tank already know he got to close the gap on Devin if he just starts establishing the jab.
But what I'm saying is, in the past, the only way we see him close the distance is parrying.
It's effective, but Tank do it.
It ain't gonna be effective versus Devin. You doing this with little dudes.
I don't think he gonna be like he ain't gonna be doing it. He's gonna be countering after he catch. I'm telling you. I see a lot of skills that we don't see from Tank.
I just don't. How you gonna counter? Because Devin he ain't gonna give Tank one jab, and maybe he do.
He might he might put.
But when he pull back, he might get hit with another jab because it's a double.
This is what I'm saying. Like with Devin, we saw Devin lead with a lot of jabs, and he didn't even put the 2 behind it.
He did, just not a lot. But he did.
No, not a lot. What I'm saying, but I feel like if he fight Tank, he's gonna have to put them combinations together to keep Tank out that guard. I mean that inside, because Tank will come in and he's gonna catch and he's gonna shoot back. He's gonna throw his uppercut. He's gonna go to the body. He's gonna change levels. He's gonna change positions because Devin is a little taller than Tank, so Tank is gonna get that feel out just as well. I don't think Devin ain't gonna be controlling him with a jab.
I wish Devin ain't just go on vacation so we could have just showed you what he do. I'm telling you because I told Paulie the same thing, and I'm not trying to be better than because I get lucky to see him spar and train. I'm just saying you gotta see.
What Paulie said though? What he said?
Paulie talking about. So Paulie said that Devin ain't fight nobody because his team didn't think he was ready. That's why he ain't fight nobody. It's not the opposite that he didn't fight nobody before the Kambosos fight because he was being avoided. He thought that was his team strategically, moving him along. And I said, no, man, you got to see this dude in the gym. And that's kind of what I'm saying. And you was like, bro, I'm seeing this dude spar bigger dudes. I'm seeing him work. It's just, I don't see it. You know what I'm saying? People think he going to get knocked out because it's Tank. Maybe he gets dropped, but he getting up. If Rolly got up, Devin getting up.
I don't see Tank. It's going to be hard. Tank probably could knock him down, but not knock him out. And stuff like, but it's still gonna be hard because Devin got a good jab. But what I'm trying to tell you is, you're gonna be surprised. Like you didn't know Tank can really box. Tank could do that. Why he closing the gap so fast? Like in that fight, he's gonna have to close the gap. He can't fight Devin on the outside.
He'll never close the gap, in my opinion. And I know I sound biased to the people listening. I'm just saying, Devin feet is also there. Outside of my jab, you got to worry about my feet. He moving. He pivoting.
Okay.
He ducking and slipping.
Like you just
said.
He
adding everything. Some of these dudes only could slip. Like you said, only Canelo only good at the waist. Yes. You know what I'm saying? He not good with the feet. You gonna tell me backwards. Devin can't fucking move? The dude on roller skates.
He can, but then that's gonna play into Tank thing. If he get him moving, and guess what he not doing? He ain't what jab he gonna throw? He gonna just throw a little jab out there?
Off the bat.
All right, off the bat. And that's a setup. Now I got you moving. Now you just gave up the middle of the ring where you supposed to be protected.
Yeah, but when you throw a jab off the back foot, you could set Tank ass up with that uppercut. Huh?
Man, I
jab, step back, bam!
See, like what you say with the boxer, like what I always tell my boys, like if they got in there with a boxer that start off with a jab, guess what we want to do? We want to start moving him backwards. We don't want to keep him there because he's comfortable. So guess what? Now I got him moving, and I want to see him throw that jab moving. That jab might not be that effective. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's a lot of chess moves in that fight, and it's not just Devin Haney one-sided. I think Tank will make a lot of adjustments to Devin's style. And we're going to see Devin going back a lot in that fight. And he bet not keep leaning to the side.
Yeah.
Against.
Because it could happen like Charlo Lubin.
Yes.
I was shocked that it took George that fucking long.
I don't think he's going to lean against Tank because he's taller. But if he do it, Tank will chastise him with it. I'm talking about he gonna set him up. He might get it off twice, but that third time, Tank will clip him.
We got a bunch of questions for you. Israel Weber says, when next in Oklahoma, lunch on me, champ, J&J Promotions for life.
That's what's up.
Best that ever in Baltimore says, shout out to a great father. Keep pushing, and success will come. We rocking with you all the way from Baltimore. Flex emoji, glove emoji.
Oh, by the way, yeah, I hit up Calvin Ford because I met him at a Nationals, and he said he got some work, especially for my little one. He said he got a bunch of guys down there, but I'm gonna go down there. I'm gonna try to go down there this summer, and I text him back and forth, and I told him when I go down there probably after the JOs.
How much is your biggest son weigh?
90, 95. We want
Y'all want Capetillo?
We want that work. We want to work with him. My son 10, but like I said, he sparred 12 and 13
Yeah, that
years
kid
old.
he's very not. I don't know about the skill. Like obviously I've watched him, but
I saw him.
But
and
he's
King spar.
still so here.
He
came up to us in top rank gym. His conversations is just so grown. The kid is,
and you know what? That's what
he in
I
the
think.
gym too. You still got your kids in school?
No.
Oh, you homeschooling?
No, they in school. No,
that's what I'm
they in
saying.
school.
They took that kid out of school. Like he be in top rank at 10 in the morning.
Right. I mean, it's good.
Not yet though. I know you gonna get there, but I'm just saying that's crazy,
I don't know
right?
if I never take him out of school.
Yeah.
Honestly. Like, boy, that's a fight. I probably wouldn't win with my girl, but a lot of people homeschool.
I get you.
No, that's crazy though. I was gonna. It's crazy for you to say that because you know a lot of people do, and a lot of big fighters.
Yes,
you know,
and not only that, you just got to get the statistics for your lady because I'm pretty sure homeschooling leads to better results because it's not 20 kids in a classroom and one teacher. It's one teacher, one student. You know what I'm saying?
This how I look at it though, and that's like, cause like how we work out. Like my sons work out before they go to school. They wake up early.
What?
They wake up early. They work out before they go to school.
Damn, JT.
Like if I'm still sleeping, they'll come in there like, Dad, I'm on my way to school because they catch the bus and stuff like that. They got that's a normal routine. They do 400 push-ups a day.
What?
They do
straight
up. They break it down like in 50s or 60s. 70s.
They doing 50 clip push-ups.
Yes.
Oh,
like
wow.
they won awards at their school for doing the most push-ups at their school that I know they was gonna win because the kids not working out like how they working.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I understand that kid is working, but nine times out of 10, if we lose a fight, it's not that we're not in shape. The kid might have better experience, or even in sparring because we have more sparring than fights and stuff like that right now. But we have a lot of good sparring with these kids, and a lot of times these kids don't be in shape as my sons. Like when we went to Ohio, the coach was telling me he thought we wasn't gonna get past their first two fighters and stuff like that. I'm like, Coach, my boys in shape. I was never worrying about them getting beat up because I know they in shape. It's just the experience part. They had to learn. These kids doing it a little different out there. And then after that Ohio little run, I think that opened their eyes up on boxing a little better and stuff like that. But what I was wanting to tell you about that kid, everybody do their situation different. I don't know if I'd never pull them out of school because I still want them to have a life. I feel like that's their break in between because I'm not gonna be trying to open no books up with them like that. I'm gonna leave that to the teachers and stuff like that. So I'm just coaching. I'm dad. So but we work out, and then when they get home, we work out. If we going sparring, we work out before we go sparring. So we always putting in work consistently. We don't have a gym. My gym is my garage right now. Eventually, I want to have a building that I'll be able to invite y'all to. Me and my brother was talking about opening up something down there. And going forward with that, but I'm still working out the garage right now, and I'm okay with that. And
remember Robert Guerrero and his father started out the garage, Ruben Guerrero, and then he became a world-class trainer. The second part of that was Tank's knowledge is something else, champ. Glad you see it. Tell them Devin beat Tank so bad in sparring, Floyd signed Tank. Laugh out loud. Laugh with me, champ.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
don't feed into that bullshit. Let me tell you something that he obviously don't know. Floyd wanted to sign Devin. What part of the story don't you fucking get?
He wanted to sign both of them. He wanted to sign both of them. But I mean, let's look at it. He did sign Tank, and for all these people that
he couldn't sign Devin
because they wouldn't accept to the co-promotion.
Devin from the door was gonna be a boss, and when Floyd said, "I want to sign," he said, "You got to sign me as DHP." He said no, so Devin went ahead and did it his fucking self. And at 23, who's in a better position now? I like that song.
Devin
what was
Haney.
that song?
Devin
Look
Haney.
at me now.
But look, I think he had his dad more in his corner too to guide him through that, right?
Hell yeah.
Gervonta Davis ain't had that. That was just an opportunity.
I mean, he had Calvin Ford.
Yeah, that was an opportunity for Gervonta. He had Calvin Ford, and I think he had Adrian Broner because Adrian Broner the one that said he put Floyd on Gervonta.
He definitely had Broner.
So they both came from two different styles. I mean, two different backgrounds. So most definitely Gervonta Davis ain't have his dad in his corner like how he have like Bill Haney is in Devin Haney corner.
Yeah, but Calvin is a father figure for sure, and Kenny for Tank. I know it ain't the same, but
yes,
he made it clear on all, especially this last 24 acts, 20. You know, that's what I feel like it is, a 24/7 and all access.
I also feel, because somebody asked me that in the barbershop, if Floyd just wanted to sign your kids and stuff like that. I'm like, I'm not gonna just jump on it because it's Floyd Mayweather. No disrespect to him and stuff like that. But I feel like this is kind of our journey, and we did this together. We got it out the mud together, and I will be open to it. But I'm just not gonna jump and say, hey, yeah, because whatever, Floyd, yeah, you could sign our rights, you could do what you want to do. No, it don't work like that.
Mhm.
I would have to really, when you say the manager side, I would really want to talk to somebody and get a better understanding about it, because I wouldn't want it to be that way.
Mm-hmm. Coach Myers in Connecticut says, "What's good, my big fish brother? Can you break down how you see Spence versus Bud fight playing out?" He did that already. Justin White, as a father, coach, how do you feel about exposure to different styles for training? Devin's dad on the show says he liked to give Devin the exposure to many coaches and styles so that he can pick a little up from each, whereas you have trainers who want their fighters to train and master a specific style. What do you think? Thank you.
I think I answered that already. Like, when we spar different, that's why we travel, because like every region is different, and some Philly, they box a little more than out there
different
in Texas.
styles.
Texas and California, you got aggressive boxers come forward. So we spar different styles. We've been to Colorado Springs. We spar different fighters out there, and we learning. And like, I'm always recording, so I'm learning as well as they learning. So I'm adding to their style. Like I tell them, I want them to know how to box. They know how to box on the outside.
Yeah, but Champ, the question is, would you be open, or what do you think about your kids training with like another trainer, like Coach Danny, Coach Michael, because you want them to pick up a little bit, like for us, he's talking specifically like when Bill told us, I took Devin to Virgil and he learned how to fight like that Ward, whereas you're extending that arm in case incoming danger's coming. He got that Andre Ward. Then he went to Floyd and he learned that shoulder roll. Where'd he pick up the high guard from?
I forget, but
so he basically went down everybody he took him to, and he said, "Look, Devin ain't just Floyd. You gonna see Devin go from Ward to whoever this was." To then Floyd. I never want my son to go from to this.
Yeah, it wasn't even that, but yeah.
But I'm gonna say this though, to answer that question. At this time, I'll just train them. I train them out the high guard, the long guard. I know how to fight southpaw. I know how to fight orthodox, because one of my sons is an orthodox. Two of my sons is southpaw. So when I hold a pass, I hold it different. So I'm teaching them all the different styles, but I feel like it's not that time right now, but eventually I do want to go out and have these other trainers give their points and takes. Like when we go to different sparring gyms, it's never my gym. We go in there and sparring and stuff like that. I let the other coaches give them little pointers and stuff like that. But mainly I'm the one that's in their ear and they understand.
Like it should be. Joaquin Crespo, my brother from another mother, JT, salute. You and those amazing boys, I'm always rooting for you. Yo, Ness, tell the story about Border Wars, Florida, when JT hot-headed self was about to get jumped by Xander and his dad.
I don't know about getting jumped.
Yo, that was funny. Oh, my God. You want to say it?
Yeah, what happened? This will really happen. When Titan, the little one, Titan that was with this kid was big. And I told
he was
Titan,
in there with what? Jacob, I think it was his name, right?
No. Titan, the little one.
No, I know, but the fighter we put him in was Jacob, right?
You talking about the big one?
Yeah.
He was in there with a 15-year-old. No, we talking about two different stories. We talking about Titan, the little one.
Okay.
We talking about the Xander incident. What happened with that situation? I knew what Titan was gonna bring. But I told Titan wanted to go at the kid. I said, Titan, this kid is too big for you, so you got to move side to side. I'm talking about he was 4 at this time and stuff like that.
He was only 4 years old in Florida.
He was 4. Yes.
That's crazy.
He was 4 years old. And
that's crazy.
I said, the kid gonna come at you. So when most of they their combinations were not landing because they're running to each other. Titan will fall, and then Titan will still be on the ground swinging. So I knew that he was okay, but to other people, they kept seeing him falling down on the ground. They like, oh no, you need to stop it. You need to stop it. So Xander daddy got up and he said, if you don't stop that, this is neglect. All I heard was neglect. Like, hold on, like I'm neglecting my kids. And then I told him, shut the beep up and stuff like that. Then I offered
Are we
him.
talking about, who is Xander?
You know who's Xander.
Zayas?
Yeah, he was
So
at
look,
my show and he got into it with his dad.
Got up and said that. So I offered his dad an invitation in the ring. So when I did that, Xander just stood straight up. I said, oh, it's gonna be me and you. That's what I said in my mind. But Ness had already pulled me like, man, y'all chill out, man. That's my guessing and stuff like that. So I respected him, but I just ain't like the fact that he said I was neglecting my son and stuff like that. So neglect is a strong word to use.
Luckily, they made up.
Yeah.
Took pictures and it's all good. I got Brandon in Houston that says, what phrase, how do you pronounce your last name?
Macon.
What phrase by the Macon twins is better? And stuff like that, or, and what have you? They don't even know. Y'all don't even know y'all repeat them words, huh? Them phrases.
I know I use you heard me a lot. After I ask you a question like you heard me, I know I use that, but I never use stuff like
I'm
that.
gonna be honest. If you go watch the playback when you jumped on for like the first 10 minutes, every single comment was and stuff like that. And
in the comment section.
Every comment, there must have been 50, 60 comments.
Okay.
Yeah, it was funny.
So they think you say that. I haven't heard. I didn't pay attention, so I didn't hear it today.
Brandon, when he giving our names, he got a little clip after I said New Orleans and stuff like that on the end of it. So I mean, I'm assuming that's probably what they're talking about. And
I know your brother definitely says what have you and what have you. I know that's a J-Mac phrase. You never heard that?
No, that's what I'm about to say. And stuff like that must be mine, and then what have you.
So he's saying which one is better though.
I don't know.
Let the people decide.
It's funny. There was something years ago that I used to say a lot, right? And I never really, people would say, I'm like, no, I don't. And then my ex starts saying it. I'm like,
yeah.
Damn, you really picked that up? I'm like, I say it that much that you picked it up for me.
I got Info Joe in California says, what up, JT, my boxing brother?
What's up?
I'm happy about your sons winning Sugarbird competition, and it was a pleasure watching your sons at Border Wars in Florida and announcing them. When they make it big, can I get front row tickets? Wish you the best, champ.
Oh, yeah. Mostly everybody. That's everybody that like supported them, helped them through their journey. Info, Stainless, Keem, Coach Myers, all those guys like that. We talk about it. They watching it on Instagram. Most definitely.
So how difficult is it to get fights? Because I don't know if you know, but here in August, they're going to be doing another Sugarbird, right? Is it a Sugarbird or a WBC tournament in the resorts world? That would give your kids a good experience to fight inside of a casino. All the Hall of Fame fighters are going to be walking around because this is going to be they're going to put a ring in the lobby of the fucking casino.
You know what? It's been hard. Like, this my manager had, because, like, I be trying to look for fights every weekend. Stuff where I could drive to.
Mm-hmm.
It's always harder to get a fight for my 95 pounder for his age and his size. He's big for his age. He looked like a 12-year-old, a 13-year-old. But I always have to fight him up. Or the kid might be too old because there's a 24-year gap. 24-month gap in between. So, like, even in the Sugarbird, he had to fight at Bantam. But all that's just getting him ready for the JOs, because he still got to fight at Bantam in the JO Junior Olympics and stuff like that, which he'll be the baby considered this year. But next year when he fights, he'll be considered the older kid in the division, because they always fight a year up in the nationals.
I got A Crown, who sends a big $10 super chat. Says 3 years ago I was at a barbershop and they were talking about Tank and I told them I like Tank, but I think Haney was a better fighter because of his boxing style. They said I was crazy. Hands up emoji. They're gonna keep saying that until the fight happens though, bro. I got RNS1 with another super chat, $5. He says, Ness, fun fact, NBA Larry Johnson was 100-1 as a teen amateur in Texas. Only loss was to a 26-year-old. What? Boxing? Or he talking about like...
No, he talking about in boxing.
Larry Johnson, the basketball player.
That's why...
had 100 amateur fights?
Well, 101 apparently.
That's crazy.
I
didn't even know he was from Texas. No, I know it was because I brought him up yesterday, but I didn't even know he was from Texas.
Larry Johnson, the one with that used to wear the part?
Yeah.
Oh, I ain't know that he was a boxer.
Me neither. A Crown with another $5 super chat says Tank should go study some Duran and Chavez Sr. head and waist movement to get close to Haney. Think it would help. Maybe. Back to your questions. Looks like Big Casual says, what's good, coach? Which fight would you want to see if you could only pick one? Charlo versus Andrade or Benavidez versus Canelo? Name who you think would win in both.
I definitely want to see the Benavidez versus Canelo. Do I got to name another one?
Don't you think that lost a little bit of umph because he lost? Canelo lost.
No, it's gonna prove my point, and I feel like the boxing world point that Canelo was avoiding Benavidez. And I think Benavidez punching output will be too much for Canelo. We'll see Canelo going backwards a lot, and he doesn't fight backwards as well. You know, he's gonna try to be intimidating. He gotta work more, and I think Canelo don't like working as much, and that's gonna be a downfall for him because he's get tired. He like to work in spurts and stuff like that. So I definitely see Benavidez getting touched, but he's doing more touching of Canelo because he's gonna be pushing Canelo back because how Benavidez fight.
Well, let me see if I can get this. It's not gonna work. Fucking hell. All right, let me put it here, then here. All right, Austin.
He still hit while he down.
What'd you say?
No, he's still hitting him while he's down, so I know it's not like it's really affecting him.
Yeah. Yes, it was just a short clip Bo sent. Thank you, Austin. That looks like it is all our questions. We're going to jump back out to these callers. Who's on Discord?
We got True Roll Tide.
Let's go. That's C-Dub, I believe. C-Dub.
Yo. Appreciate it holding, man. TVV, what's up?
What's goody?
AT?
What's up, man?
What's good, man? That's what's up, man. To the back callers showing love, coming on the show. Man, that's special, man. Only Ness. Only on TBV, man. Ringwald was good.
What's good?
What's good, man? Yo, since we talking about this, I don't know which brother is this though, because I'm kind of new to him. But yeah, Tank and Devin is very interesting. Devin, we got to be realistic. He legendary. He undisputed. But we all know who the A side, right? Right, JT?
Yeah, Tank Davis.
Okay. Your brother say the same thing?
Nah, he probably go. He don't like Tank at all. So I think his bias plays a letdown on Tank Davis in this skill.
Okay. So that's the other brother. Yeah, I mean, when it's like it's very easy for me. I mean, we just gotta be realistic. Of course, we want Devin to be the money man, the A side, but they're going to go to the numbers, just like with Spence and Bud. If all Spence pay-per-views, and Bud only did all Bud pay-per-views equal to one Spence pay-per-view. It's just going to be they're going to be the A side no matter what accolades they have. Tank numbers. Just what has Devin ever been on pay-per-view before? No, I don't think so. The zone ain't released nothing. So it's just the numbers ain't gonna support him on being the ace.
I don't know. Without Devin, I don't really know how there's
Tank
a fight.
Leaving promotion, so that might play
I don't think he leaving Mayweather.
That might play a big factor.
At the post-fight press conference, he went back to that counterpunch from your brother.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Perfect.
Hey, you notice that last caller?
C-Dub?
Yeah, I don't even care to know his name because I really don't give a shit. You notice he didn't say nothing about the fight. Everything was A side. Everything was pay-per-view buys or whatever. It's a shame in boxing, but dudes want to argue a dude A side more than an actual fucking fight. I don't care who the A side is in that fight. Tank has his following, his star. Let LMB tell it. Devin has all his belts. They both have 135. I want to see the fight made. Whether who's the A side, whether Devin is the A side because of the belts, or Tank moves on, and I don't know. I don't give a shit. I want to see the fight, and I want to talk about how the fight actually happens instead of somebody arguing who's the A side. Even when he brought up Terrence Crawford and Errol, he spoke on A side again. I don't give a shit about that, as long as the fight get made. It's just a shame that we got fans today that will sit up here and call on a podcast and want to argue about a fucking A side. It's pathetic. That's kind of punch.
All right. Stone Bone Boxing.
What up? What up? What up?
What up?
Yeah, man. Shout out to JT, man. I got the pleasure of
What up,
being in
Stone
the
Bone?
gym. Got the pleasure of being in the gym to watch his little ones beat up on some of my Colorado children. Hey, Ness, when his kids is famous and they finna do their little piece on ESPN, I'm gonna sell that footage I got. I got footage of all of them, JT. I want you to know that it just made me probably about 20 bands a piece. I'm gonna sell that footage of the flashback. You know how they do the flashback of
Nah, you gonna be the Cootie. What is it, Cootie from Kanye? Danny?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Cody.
I got live footage. All three of them going beating up on kids. So it was a pleasure meeting that guy, man. And I can't wait to to meet his brother like that, man. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be. We even went out to 8, man. Had the white women fawning over us, like, "Oh my God, you're some strong men with your kids. It's beautiful."
Yeah.
I mean, we was in there with the kids, sitting down eating some breakfast food. So at lunch, So, but yeah, man, it's Ness. Devin can't fight unless he the A side. You know that, right? He can't fight Tank unless he the A side, right? So was Devin the A side when he just went a day ahead of where we at? Right? Y'all forgot he was a time traveler. He went a day ahead as the C side, according to the paycheck, and dominated, and he's the undisputed champion. I don't care what A, B, C, whatever side you want him to have when he fight Tank. That's y'all only argument because he gonna beat Tank. It's just getting sad, like J-Max said. Talk about the fight. I don't care who's A side, B side, but I know who got all of the belts. I know who's the recognized lineal, Ring Magazine, who got all the hardware at 135, and it's Devin Haney.
Who next?
Omar, the great one.
What up?
Yo, what's going on, Ness, Danny, JT? How we doing?
Good. What's up, brother?
Omar?
So listen, first things first, man. I just watched that Devin Haney interview. It was an amazing interview, man. So shout out to you guys for getting him in.
Thank you.
My favorite part of that whole interview, and the craziest part for me, is when he said he was more excited when the fight got signed than when he found out he won. I mean, that's just crazy. And it just lets you know that.
I kind of knew why. I felt like because he knew he would beat him, so he was more excited that he actually got the fight.
Yeah, but and that's the thing, that just lets me and the world know that this guy is all about just proving himself. It's what he wants to do. And I'm so glad he got the opportunity. But listen, I heard you guys talking about a Tank Devin fight. Listen, let me tell you, I've got to agree with J-Mac. I've got to agree with J-Mac, man. I think Devin wins comfortably. People think Tank is a puncher who can box, but for me, I think he's a boxer who can punch. And there is a difference. And I think Devin was probably going to, or Tank, I should say, is probably going to try and box with Devin for the first half of the fight. And when he figures out he ain't winning, he's going to try and put pressure on Devin. But the problem is Devin's a much better back foot fighter than Tank is a front foot fighter. And that's really the main reason why I'm going for Devin in that fight. But listen, let me ask you guys something, right? What fight do you think we'll see first, Tank Haney or Tank Garcia?
Tank Haney.
Yeah. I think
Tank Haney or Tank Garcia?
Yeah, which one do we see
Tank
first?
Garcia.
I don't think that fight happens, only because I feel like we've seen time and time again that Ryan and Golden Boy not really be what what they
What they talk about.
Yeah, so I think that.
But I think that
they're using it just to get some publicity, just to get some attention. Because in reality, nobody wants to see him fight JoJo's leftovers. So
I think we see the Tank Garcia fight first before the Haney fight.
Me too.
So you guys do believe it happens,
Bro.
Okay.
Mayweather promotions know Devin's a tougher fight, and they also know that Ryan's a bigger fight in terms of money. So they'll make that pay-per-view, do better numbers than they ever done, so they can try and get 50-50 with Devin, who has all the fucking belts. How do you get 50-50 with Devin when I've got all the belts? Like, all you bring is your pay-per-view numbers to the table, which they're good if Tank is the only dude getting paid. But like now you got Devin, 200,000 pay-per-views ain't enough.
Ness, I still think Tank be the A side in that fight and the highest paid boxer in that fight, even with Devin with the belts. Because I think Tank brings the pay-per-view numbers. He brings the pop.
So since you do believe that, I just gotta ask, what do you think is a reasonable and fair split on this fight?
I think we should stay away from numbers because, we just want the fight, and we know that it's the most lucrative fight, like one of, because obviously Ryan is always going to have that fucking argument because he does sell tickets. He sold 12,000 versus to go.
Bringing it up, given the poll. I mean, that's basically what the poll.
I would say.
the poll's A side, but
I say 55 Tank, 45 Devin.
That's pretty much what's that, 57-43. Who next?
We've got Swift out the 813.
Actually, let me go to Oscar for Blog Talk Custom. Oscar, what up?
What's up, man? What's up, Danny?
What up?
JT, eh?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, Des, you feeling a little better, man? You're going through it Tuesday, man. I hope you're feeling a little better. But, JT, hey, bro, I apologize. I thought you were one of those dads living vicariously through your son. But what you're doing, that's great, man. You let him choose it, and I would do the same thing with my son. And I actually want to do that. So what age did you put your first son in boxing?
They all started at the same time. Like, we almost 2 years to make November. So, like, if he was 4, they were like 9 years old. When they did that Border Wars, we were like a few months in. And like my bigger son, he was like 130 pounds at that time. So he was going through a weight transition. Now he walks around the weight he is. Like, he started at 150. And he was staying with his mom, and I had took custody of him. And I knew for a fact he was gonna lose all that weight staying with me.
That's what I would do with my son and my daughter, just to teach them how to defend themselves, not to be a bully or not to get bullied at all. But say Ness, with all this talk, Kambosos ain't gonna let go of that rematch, bro. That's another payday in Australia, is it not?
You said what?
Kambosos ain't gonna let go of that rematch. That's another payday in Australia.
It's another payday in Australia if he can somehow fool the government again.
Into giving them the money. Remember, they put up the money, not Kambosos. It was the Australian government. It wasn't even the Marvel Stadium.
Or the promoter.
The government. Think about it. That's like America saying, no, we want this fight so bad, Floyd. Like, that never happened. That's actually crazy. Shout out to Kambosos that had that much pull. Who next?
We got Swift.
Swift out the 813.
Mic check.
1 2 1 2.
Hey man, happy day, fellas, man. What's going on, man? How everybody doing?
What up?
Chilling.
Yes, sir. Hey, shout out to one of the back call goats and Coach JT. Want to give y'all boys y'all flowers, man. Coach, definitely to you, man. Raising these sons, man. Having them in that positive environment you got them in. You know what I'm saying? Progressing them like you are. Shouts out to you and every father like you. You know what I'm saying? We definitely need stuff like that in the African American community. You know what I'm saying? Definitely give us brothers, you know what I'm saying, who have young sons, you know what I'm saying, a paved road to follow. You know what I'm saying? Just being a positive, you know what I'm saying, role model to our youngins, you know what I'm saying? So definitely shout out to you. You know what I'm saying? As one of the GOATs of the back call and the rest of the GOATs of the back call. Don't got too much to say, you know what I'm saying? I also just watched the Devin Haney interview. You guys did a bomb-ass job. Great interview, man. I missed it yesterday. I couldn't get my Patreon question in. I missed it. That's just on me. But you guys definitely hit on everything I was thinking of. So definitely giving y'all roses for that. And once again, man, y'all are the TBE of motherfucking boxing podcast. Shout out to TBV. You know what I'm saying? And I just hope y'all boys keep up in health and wealth and keep up the progress, man. You guys are skyrocketing, man. Definitely love the show, man. Always going to be a fan. And yeah, one time for y'all, man. I'm out.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Looks like what, J-Mac?
No, we got
Actually,
AMG.
he did boomerangs already. No,
Yep.
AMG is up.
Yep. That's CYP.
CYP.
AMG left, so CYP gets his call.
What up, JT motherfucker?
What's up, CYP?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, I want everybody to know I put that handsome face on YouTube first. So don't go all crazy with TBV. He on my show, our show, Controversially Correct. Hey, I got him because he a real dude, man. So it's good seeing you. Everybody finally get to see your face.
Yeah,
We didn't get to see it on the show, man.
That's
but
what's
and shout out to your sons publicly. You know, I follow the page and I'm definitely a supporter of them young boys, young bulls doing their thing, man. So keep that up. I know you're gonna do it anyway. But
Yes, sir.
when it comes to your brother, everybody calling in talking numbers. My guy, it ain't the fans that care about the A side, B side. It's the boxers. It's the promoters. They the ones who brought that shit to us years ago. You have to be stupid not to follow the shit because they make us follow it. They the ones always talking about it. You got fighters who don't even want to fight unless they're the A side, who don't even want to fight unless it's on pay-per-view. You got to pay attention to that if you really want to see these fights. Now, how could Tank be my man Devin? I like them both, but I'm a Tank fan 100%, and I'm gonna go at y'all head if the fight's ever made. It's gonna be me against everybody because I'm Tank before Devin. So at the end of the day, if y'all believe that Devin Haney can survive 12 rounds and on that back foot and win, cool. I don't believe so. Y'all do realize that they gave Kambosos 4 rounds? That means a lot of judges don't like to see just a jab. A lot of judges don't like to see that. Imagine Devin Haney just doing that for 12 rounds, losing some of them rounds while trying not to be knocked out. Don't be surprised if you see a draw or a win towards Tank without a knockout. That's how Tank wins, by pushing him backwards, having him be avoided, and just throwing a jab and boring the judges. It happens all the time, man.
That's crazy, CYP. Wait till Bill hears that. C-Dub, counterpunch.
Bill had got into
Is this not C-Dub? Fuck.
Bill had got into
No, that's Checkmate Boxing. C-Dub's over there. Is he in Discord? Which is C-Dub over there is Roll Tide. Roll Tide.
Yeah, we here, man.
What up?
Yeah, man. We come back. I just don't know. Like CYP already gave it to him. I don't know. These are the things that's care about by the boxer. These are the things I don't know if he didn't notice on the show that there was the question that who is A side. So I'm just participating with the show, but I got levels. I could talk about anything. I can go with the boxing, or you want to just talk about the boxing? Devin Chin, as I've said many times, if you listen to me when I call in, I don't think it holds up at 135. He ducks down, ain't gonna time that, just like your brother said, or just like somebody else said, just like Kambosos did. He need to go up. Every time he gets hit clean at 135, it doesn't look good at all. Devin could box his ass off. Devin is a great boxer.
So which one didn't look good exactly? Just so that I'm, clear.
Kambosos caught him one time, and I was like you said, I just thought he would have been caught him because Devin had ducked over that way the entire time. And I'm like, man, that's the Jamel Charlo Lubin all day. So I hope he don't think he's going to do that against Tank. The same thing OJ Megan done with Crawford and Spence. The chin. Gamboa is not Spence. Spence is 60 pounds heavier. And guess what? Corn Machine dropped him. Spence is way better than Corn Machine. So yes, Bud is pound for pound number 1 on my book. On my board. That still don't mean in the welterweight when you find a middleweight, what's gonna happen. The good big boxer is gonna beat the great smaller boxer. That's what I believe. So, what you gonna say now? What I don't know what to talk. Because I gave you the boxing and I gave you the financial.
I got J Mac with his third counterpunch.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
See, Dub, I'll give you $500 on both of them. I got Devin and I got as the boxing. Please bring your ass to the back call because that's the only way we can go toe to toe. It ain't gonna be no yelling or hollering because I'm tired of doing that. We're not doing that no more. For as anybody else addressing me, I don't care to mention it. I'm not here for that. What you said about with Gamboa. Gamboa was it had power, it had speed. Yes, Bud had to struggle and adjust to the smaller guy, but knockout puncher at the time, which he was, it had to, and that's Bill me. Let me just go, let me cook. Unless he had a struggle with had to adjust to the guy who had hand speed and explosive punch power, was still known for his punching power at the time. That's not Spence. Spence is much slower. The fighter that was on the show pointed that out today. I forget his name. Ness know the guy name. He was on here. He said Spence is slow. When Ness asked him who you got out of Bud and Crawford, Spence is much slower. You said corn machine. You mean Kavalauskas, the undefeated guy who had punching power at the time? Yes, he was a counter puncher. And he was a puncher and known for his punching. Whether you want to respect it or not. See, that's another problem y'all do. Just because you think a fighter or want a fighter to be better, y'all deem a fighter can't get in a fight with a fighter and have to adjust to that certain fighter. Devin said that yesterday. When you're fighting at that level, the guys that we don't respect is the guys that y'all look over and y'all just deem them less of because they're not the biggest name or not the name of the guy that you view better. That's where you go wrong at, because a fight has to fight the fighter and adjust to whatever that fighter bring. His timing, his speed, his punching power, everything is different. So Corn Machine was a puncher and a counter puncher, which Bud was being very aggressive in that fight, and he had to adjust to that guy. But both fights we end up talking about, Bud ended up stopping those guys. That's the point you failed to mention. That's the most important point because the outcome of the fight matters. Yes, what goes on in the fight matters, but how you win or how you finish the fight matters. And Bud stopped both of those guys that you point out. That's fucking hilarious that you bring that out, and both of them guys got stopped. On to Devin Haney. Since he got this chin problem, I have never seen him knocked out at 135. I'm questioning where you get your knowledge and where you basing off of saying he struggles and he got a chin, because he got punched by a decent, respectable puncher where he set up when he dropped his guard hand and got hit with a clean shot. I would argue and say I think you don't know what you're talking about, because just because guys get hit to the body or get hit in the chin and a facial expression respond doesn't mean that they don't have a body or a chin. Because I would argue if you get hit in the chin and you can't no longer compete in the fight, that shows you don't have a chin, which he was able to still continue on. And also, Keith Thurman, we always talk about his body. He get hit to the body, but he still fights, or what have you. And Devin hasn't been put down yet. I'm not done, like you said. On to Tevin and I think Omar Great One pointed out and said it better than I said it. Devin is a better back foot fighter and boxer with range, timing, and discipline, which he shows he does, whether y'all think it's boring or not, then Tank is a front foot forward, a front foot coming forward boxer. So I give it in that matchup, the guy with the range that's longer, that's more disciplined, showed it fight by fight, lives the lifestyle of an athlete. Tank just bounced back and started doing that. Can fight and use the range better against the guy who comes front foot forward with a high guard and tries to plan a big shot. I think Devin is too small for that. I think Devin boxing IQ is too high for that. Tank ain't that great coming forward unless you're flat-footed and stand in front of him, which Devin is not. He's not a flat-footed fighter that was standing there and let Tank land a big fight. He showed you whether y'all think he bored or not. He will box his boring-ass fight for 12 rounds and keep you at the end of that boring-ass jab and never throw that two and land the jab and land the jab and land the jab and land the jab. I got Devin dominating Tank in a masterclass performance. I got Bud knocking Errol fuck out because Errol gets off balance when he throws certain punches and he commits to certain punches. Errol's balance has been challenged on multiple occasions. You guys never point that out. He gets off balance. He's very reserved how he throws punches. That goes to show me the type of balance he does have. He's not going to commit to any punches unless he got his feet up under him. So if he's standing in front of Crawford, who steps on angles, who fights in range, who throws a multitude of punches, that sets up his big shot, that doesn't get tired and thinks and sets up opponents all fight long who has knocked out every welterweight, and y'all banking off him being a bigger fighter, you will be upset. Take my bet since you want to talk your shit. 500 on Bud, and I got 500 on Devin. That's my counter punches.
Alrighty then. Who next?
We have AMG.
AMG, what up?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, my bad. I haven't called in a bit. I fucking forgot how this shit works. Shout out to Devin. That was a phenomenal performance. So shout out to him. I do just in general around these weight classes, right? There's just so many good fights, man. I hope we get to see them, at least most of them. When it comes to Tank versus Devin, it's 50-50, but whatever. You know, I'll lean slightly towards Tank. You can tell whenever other fighters, like you hear Shakur talk about Tank or you hear Devin talk about Tank, they really respect his power. Every time they even talk about it, it's like, oh, he's got one punch knockout power. Everybody knows it, right? So with that mental pressure, it's gonna be a new thing for them. Obviously, they had that for Devin, especially. I think Shakur's a little bit better than Devin, but I don't think Devin has been in there with someone that he knows can get him out there, get him out of the ring, and in one punch. So I favor Tank a little bit. Like CYP said, I don't think he can go all 12 rounds without at some point getting caught. He's going to be the guy on the back foot potentially. And those close rounds, I see them going to Tank because he's the one applying that pressure. So that's my take on it.
All right. Who up?
We got Davidian.
What up?
Hello.
Nah, he's waiting for the intro. I'm trying to get it.
I'm healthy, strong, and about to knock Earl Spence out in Jesus' name. I'm bringing the whole church.
SDS Promotions.
You win some, you lose some. But you live to fight another day.
I got the whole Christian congregation behind me.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
In Jesus' name.
And we all know God only made one thing perfect, and that's my boxing ring.
Yo, what's good, TBV? What's good, Danny, Nash? I just want to say shout out to JT, Big Fist brother.
What's up,
Earl Spence. Nah, that's all I really want to say. Shout out to Devin Haney on the win, and the interview yesterday was dope. Man, if they fight, that's going to be a big fight, though. So regardless, I got it 50-50. That's all I got to say about it. Yeah, y'all have a blessed day.
All right.
I don't know why people keep thinking that Devin Haney is going to just beat Gervonta with a jab. And like Calvin Ford and Gervonta know how to, I'm assuming they know how to take away a jab. Like, that's why I keep saying, like, Devin Haney is not going to, to me, he do a lot of moving sometimes when he don't have to with him. And I think that's where he's going to get caught and set up in situations that Tank will catch, that's going to oblige him with. And like just a jab, I don't see that. I don't see him keeping Tank off with a jab because I know Tank know how to get around that. I think he know how to make adjustments to that. So Devin Haney is a 50-50 fight because I respect both skill sets. But another thing is, can Devin Haney take a punch from Gervonta when he get to him? Oh, he's going to see the punches.
Well, let everybody know where they can find you and your boys.
Follow me on Instagram, Macon_, that's MACON_boxing. And I put up little reels, videos of them, little clips. I don't like putting full sparring out on it because a lot of people be trolling watching your page. And a lot of these kids we go see at nationals and stuff like that. So y'all can follow me there at Macon_boxing.
I'm Ringwalk Danny on all forms of social media platforms. And please make sure to go follow JT and his boys and support, because it's definitely important. Regardless of them sticking to it or not, it's important to keep the youth involved. You get what I'm saying? I think that's very important to keep the youth involved and to keep them, active, bro. You got to keep them active.
And
so,
keep them hungry, you know? Keep them hungry for it. Seeing they got fans out there.
Yeah, no, and I think for me, keeping a child involved is so important because I think it gives the children the opportunity to see what's out there in the world. Before this morning we had Freddie and he was like, yo, my dad put me in the box and I was 8. I fucking hated it till I was 14.
Right.
And he was like, but it was when I was 14 that I got to see the world because of boxing and,
and he found the love for it.
Love for it. So I just want to take my hat off to you for being a stand-up man and doing what you should be doing. So
appreciate it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, until the next one, which is at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Catch us later tonight as we do previews and predictions for all this weekend's fight. This weekend is Edgar Berlanga. We didn't, typically do our fight week hype. It's just he's fighting Angulo Romero. You know what I mean? No one's really hyped up for that. And I think that's the biggest fight of this weekend, too.
I'd have to double look at the cards. I did see a tweet saying 7 boxing cards this weekend, and Sky Sports has the best card. That should tell you something.
Okay.
But we are out 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern tonight. Catch us for our
flagship show, previews and predictions.